Hey guys, how's it going? This is Yusei D Wheeler here, and we are back with more Fake Grand Order Lostbelt 6. So, in the last one, we managed to defeat Woodwose' army because, and in no small part to Oberon, who had to use a little devious method in order to make the reinforcements that were going to help Woodwose disappear by asking Koyanskaya for help. But he saved our lives, though. Because of that, we were able to defeat Woodwose, and yeah, we got more people in and trying to join the Round Table Army, and now we were also invited to a ball where we actually defeated Tristan too, and defeated the Tam Lin Tristan and found out her true name was Balban Sith, which I believe in the last one I kept saying Balban Smith. I don't know why. I was tired, so please have mercy. And yeah, so now we defeated two Tam Lin, and Barghest, formerly known as Tam Lin Gawain, is actually kind of a nice person now, and she actually made a deal with us at the ball that we were at, though. So on our way there, we stopped by Manchester before going to the lake region, and yeah, so now we made a deal with her, so she agreed to fight alongside us against Morgan, because she believes that Morgan does not have any interest of the Fey people, and wants us to be able, since a lot of these Fey can actually we found it can live in actual in proper human history. She wants it to at least take us whatever we can with us back to once we solve the bleached earth phenomenon. And yeah, and then after that, then, well, whatever happens, happens, I guess. So, but with that promise, though, yeah, we've earned Barghest as an ally now, and yeah, things are looking Gucci right now. And Mash is still sent back in time, and apparently Ace the Savior has her own demons to fight, though, and basically she's already given up on humanity, too, because she's always seen as a curse for some reason. But she has a way to send Mash back to the future with us. But in any event, though, let us continue. Alright, so we got Avenger, Berserker, and Assassin. Let's see. I'll go Kiara. Albion, nice. There's the Tree of Emptiness over there on the far shore. So this is the Lake District.
Damn, this Tree of Emptiness must have been huge, even compared to the others we've seen so far. So this is the tree that withered away 2,000 years ago. And that Morgan had then burned down to destroy the Tree of Emptiness on Olympus a few months ago.
Hey, Yusaku. Altria still hasn't cheered up. What's going on with her? Is this your first time to the Lake District, Altria?
Huh? Yeah, I was just thinking. So this is the famous Lake District. It, sure is as pretty as a picture, isn't it? Also, just as quiet. Did I mention quiet?
Damn, you have no poker face at all, do you? You're obviously still thinking about what Barghest told us, right? Don't keep it to yourself.
Is this Beryl God truly Morgan's master, huh? That is the question. Though of course the real question might be, is Morgan actually a servant? It's a hell of a conundrum, that...
Wait, sorry.
It's a hell of a conundrum, that's for sure. Yusaku and I have been going back and forth trying to square that circle ever since we got here.
At first I thought Morgan was the king of this Lostbelt.
Same. I mean, she'd pretty much have to be if she's been ruling here for over 2,000 odd years.
But after meeting Morgan and Beryl in Camelot... You mean when Beryl said he was Morgan's master, and she didn't deny it? So Morgan's not Beryl's servant, but Beryl is Morgan's master. That's a brainbuster, ain't it? I don't even know where to begin. Any ideas as to how that could work, Da Vinci?
I'm afraid not. There's just too little information to work with. If Holmes were here, he could string a number of theories together into a plausible hypothesis, but he's not.
What about you, Altria? Did you come up with anything?
I do have one idea, I think. I remember what you said about masters and servants, and the kinds of things Chaldea has done so far. But I'd rather not think about it any more than that. If I'm right, then Morgan would be...
Impossible for you to beat. Impossible
for you to beat? I fear you'd rather not even want to fight at all if you don't have to. Hapatrot?
What's wrong with not wanting to fight her? Who says you have to try and beat her no matter what? Chaldea's goal is to acquire Morgan's Rango Miniad, and the Child of Prophecy's goal is to ring the 6 bells. Trust me, I heard Einzel's Child of Prophecy poem in Londinium enough to last a lifetime. And there's not a single verse in there about killing the queen.
But Morgan herself told me to defeat her.
Did she now? She's just playing everyone's antagonist because she doesn't dare trust anyone anymore. But I'm not saying more than that. All I care about is Mash and Yusaku finally being reunited. You can't go around trying to please everyone else. You can't go around trying to please everyone else all the time. Sometimes you just gotta tell them to piss off. No more chit-chat. We've already got a few Moors headed our way. You remember Barghest's warning, Yusaku? Good. Then don't hold back. We're all counting on your firepower to get us through this. Woo!
迷いも嘆きも大切に海の泡に返しましょう言わなき手のつぼみ 盛り上げてしまってね 下がっているように誇りにかけて
Got a moth flying around now. The fuck?
せっかく夏ですので可愛らしい私のホテルに参りましょう
Wait, NFF? That one has a stamp on it.
早炊きですカルメナ熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズスプラッシュはいもちろんです一皮むけばすべて幻どうぞ身も心も私こちらです。いけません。痛い、怖い。上手になさいませ。圧倒します。下がっているように圧倒します。受けるがいい。やっ、そこです。 スプラッシュ艶やかに柔らかに一皮むけばすべて幻どうぞ身も心も私見る間にヘブンズフォー軽く一人いけませんこんなに晴れやかな気持ちになるなんて癖になってしまいそう。
Okay, cool. That last monster was certainly new for Britain. Nope. That woman's gotta be nearby. What did she think this is, a vacation?
Looks like it's going to take us at least a full day to make it through the Lake District and get to the north coast. I don't think we'll make it more than halfway today. We should look for a forest where we can make camp before nightfall. Say, Habitrot, do you maybe know this area? You said you were originally from the north, right?
Oh yeah, I guess.
This place hasn't changed in forever, so I at least know it better than the south.
Why do you ask, Da Vinci? You want a history lecture from old Happy Cat?
If you could, that'd be great. We never heard much about the Lake District down south.
Gotcha, okay then. But just until sunset. Long ago, Britain used to be way smaller. Back then, this area was all ocean. At the time, Britain was the only landmass in the world. At least, the fairies thought so. So they worked to expand the isle. Then one day, when they expanded up to where Manchester is now, they noticed there was a forest on the far shore. That was this place, the British Lostbelt's Lake District, a forest in the middle of the ocean. That's where the northern fairies come from. They've been living off the fruits of that forest all the time.
The northern fairies? So they were Knocknariap's ancestors?
Yep. The 6 clans and northern fairies have totally separate lineages. Anyway, back in Fae era 6000, I guess that'd be 8,000 years ago, Britain had its very first war. In it, the northern and southern fairies fought each other. Nowadays, it's only known as the War of Spring. It happened when the northern fairies got jealous of all the land the southern fairies had and crossed the sea to invade it. But even though their leader was super strong, on average, northern fairies were still weaker than the southern ones. Back then, there were no humans on the northern fairies' side, only the southern fairies kept humans. So the war ended with the southern fairies' victory. Apparently, it was a total massacre. Whenever the northern fairies' successors were born, the southern fairies would just kill them on the spot. That's where they all got. That's where they got all the bodies they needed to fill in the ocean up to the Lake District. They killed so many northern fairies that eventually new generations stopped being born altogether. What happened to the northern fairies after that? Everyone thought they'd gone extinct, but nope. It turned out they were still alive. The leader of the northern fairies was made of much sterner stuff than any fairy from the Six Clans. Well, they weren't called the Six Clans back then, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the northern queen escaped, left the Lake District, and went on to make the western island all by herself out in the middle of the empty sea. The western island, Ireland, became a legendary island that no one could see but existed all the same. It became the final hope for fairies who were exiled from Britain, a sort of last bastion of castaways. Later on, there'd be another war between the North and the South called the War of Summer. But it has nothing to do with the Lake District, so I'll just skip that one. Anyway, after the First War, the War of Spring, the Southern Fairies claimed the Lake District for themselves and began developing their civilization even further. The fairies that would go on to become the Mirror Clan and the fairies from the Britain's northmost area, that would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities here. Though of course you can see they've long since been wiped out. Not sure thriving's the word I'd use then. Then again, the ideal of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. Morgan's Fairy Britain has lasted for more than 2,000 years, remember? Of course, you can't really call it thriving either, since it hasn't advanced any and all that time.
The Rain Clan, I see. Britain's skies are always cast in twilight. So it makes sense that there would have been fairies who controlled the rain and the other weather. But why did the Rain Clan go extinct? Did they disappear naturally, or...?
I'll tell you that once we get to Orkney. All you need to know for now is that the Rain Clan and their city, Orkney, were destroyed in the Fey Era 4000. So 6,000 years ago, then.
Now I see. So that's why Ireland's nowhere to be found. The northern fairies must be of Irish descent. And the only northern fairy to survive the War of Spring was their queen. But then, what happened to the western island? Why is that gone too?
Why do you think? Because the northern fairies migrated to Britain, of course. Mab made that island to keep her fairies safe. She took it all back into herself just before she invaded the British Isle. That was the War of Summer, back in Fey Era 2000. Ace the Savior and the first Tam Lin fought in it too. Man, you guys wouldn't believe how strong Queen Mab was. After their failure in the War of Spring, the Northern Fairies coexisted with humans in Ireland for 4,000 years. The Southern Fairies only saw humans as tools for producing entertainment. The Northern Fairies, though, they saw humans as partners, and together they built a real civilization. So even though the Southern Fairies had the numbers advantage, the Northern Fairies were still overwhelmingly stronger. At first, Queen Mab wanted to wipe out the Southern Fairies as payback for what they did to the Northern ones. But eventually, Ace managed to broker a peace between the two sides. As part of the deal, the Northern Fairies were ceded the Northern Fairies were ceded the north part of Britain as their territory, and welcomed into the fold as the King Clan. That's when the 6 clans we have now first came about. The rest, you guys already know. Anyway, with that kind of bad blood between them, it's no wonder the fairies of the North and South still don't get along even in the era of the High Queen, right? Honestly, I'm having a little trouble keeping all this straight. Basically, all you have to remember is that there was a big battle between the clans in the last years of the Fey Era, right before the era of the High Queen began.
What about the start of the Fey Era, 14,000 years ago? Do you know anything about that? Nope, there's not a single record of Britain's genesis. Ace and the first Tam Lin tried their hardest to track one down, but all they learned was the story of the six fairies.
The six fairies, as in...
So you already know about it. Yep, it was that mural. I don't remember all that much about it either, but if you want, I'll tell you what I know as a bedtime story. Not that there's all that much to it. At best, it only makes for a decent lullaby.
Interesting. Okay. It looks like we're going to fight an assassin. Okay. Do we have a single target artscaster? She's a buster. All the arts casters I have are AoE. Man, I'm still pretty tired. Who shall I use? Should I use you? She's a single target arts alter ego. Let's go. Give me a sec, folks. Alright, sorry about that. No, I haven't used her in a long time. Huh. Oh, I thought we'd only be fighting one. Oh well. At least I have enough to go another. At least we're one-shotting them though. Whee! Alright. And it's nighttime.
This spot looks perfect.
Sorry.
This spot looks perfect. Okay, guys, that's enough walking for today. Let's go ahead and set up a camp.
And I clicked out of my eye. Oh. I'll go fetch the water. I'll go gather brushwood. I mean, firewood.
I'll go to the report for the border. I'll go laze around for a while, since I'm just plain tired. Then I'll put up a bounded field to ward off animals and insects. Gosh, camping is so much fun no matter where you do it.
Roger that. All hands, move out. Why is there a deadly spirit there? Ew, I couldn't eat another bite.
Yep, I think now's a good time to call it a night. There don't seem to be any dangerous creatures here, so...
Hold it! I still haven't told you guys about the 6 fairies like I promised.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, Happy Cat. Please go right ahead. Don't worry, I'm listening. It sounds pretty important after all.
Okay now, which diary was it? Aha, here it is. Happy Cat's History, page 153. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far as time can go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world that... 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. There was no land, no rocks, no fish, no birds. And of course, there were no mountains or forests, which the 6 fairies loved more than anything. The 6 fairies didn't know what to do. They grew sad and thought of going home. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The animal on its shoulder called the fluffy creature Carnunos. Carnunos, uh-oh. Carnunos, the animal, and the 6 fairies soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But Carnunos made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. However, the animal said that Carnunos was a god and that he needed offerings. So the 6 fairies offered Carnunos their joy. And they offered Carnunos their wish. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after their rejoicing ended, the god grew tired and fell asleep. The 6 fairies revered Carnunos for granting their wish. They made grateful use of everything that was left behind. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. Made the first 6 fairies find salvation. The end. So, was that helpful, Alchi?
Wow, you're amazing, Happy Cat. I can't believe how much you know.
Is she talking in her sleep, pretending to be awake? What about the rest of you? Muramasa, Da Vinci, Yusaku? I'm fine, I'm still awake. I knew it. You gotta be patient if you're gonna make a good spouse. You gotta be patient if you're gonna make a good spouse one day. Damn, alright.
But seriously, that really was helpful. It seems pretty clear now that the giant beast from the mural, Carnunos, really did exist, along with the 6 clan ancestors. Also, what do you think that animal riding on Carnunos' shoulder was?
They would have said if it was a fairy, so maybe a human?
I think so too. Gods do like having mouthpieces. My guess is this human was Carnunos' priest. They were probably there to share their god's word with the world.
I see. So that'd mean when Britain was first created, there was a god, a priest, and fairies, huh? But now there's no god, no priest, and the only humans that exist were made by fairies. There's gotta be something more to the story. Maybe that's what Morgan's hiding.
Seeing how any stories related to gods completely died out in the era of the High Queen, you're probably right. But that leaves us with yet another question. If the story is true, it would mean Carnunos gave the Southern Fairies, the 6 clans' ancestors, this land. But then, who gave the Northern Fairies the land with the woods on it in the Lake District?
Oh, I know that one.
This is a secret only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the High Queen began knew. But a certain being's corpse lay somewhere in the Lake District. Even if the world had become totally blank or an empty sea with no life, it remained all by itself without decomposing until it eventually transformed into a small forest. Albion the Border, the last dragon. The corpse it left behind when it failed to return to the paradise of Avalon became the Northern Fairies' homeland. Huh.
Give me a sec, folks. Be right back. Sorry about that. Anyway, let us continue. Oh no, not again! Oh wait, there's still a refresh time then. Ah, no. Sorry. Just gotta be safe, make sure it's not gonna do any... play any music that will get me copyright struck. Oh, looks like I... There we go. Only an assassin. Perhaps we need a caster of some sort. Let's go with Merlin this time. So that's what we talked about last night.
Thanks, Yusaku. And I'm sorry again about falling asleep last night, Happy Cat.
It's okay, I'm not mad anymore. Besides, I did say it'd make for a decent lullaby.
It sure did. I slept great. I haven't dreamt so peacefully in a long time. So just how amazing was this Albion thing anyway? In proper human history's archaeological circles, Albion is thought to be the name of Britain's prehistoric civilization. In the Magecraft world, it's also known as the Dragon of the Age of Gods, and the last pure-blooded dragon. So, to put how amazing it is in more concrete terms, well, while servants, that is, heroic spirits, could be said to be super beings, that are way beyond humanity, both physically and spiritually, not all servants are equal. They ranked based on the scale of their spirit origin. The heroic spirits at the very the heroic spirits at the very top of the tier, the ones that even other heroic spirits would consider astonishingly powerful, are known as grand servants. By that token, Albion would probably be considered a grand dragon by other dragons. I mean, if it was around when Earth was formed, that alone would mean it possessed 4.6 billion years worth of genetic information. It's not a god that was molded on human perception or one discovered through faith. It's a primordial supernatural being. That said, humanity's no slouch either. In just a few 100,000 years, we took the accumulation of all of 4.6 billion years worth of life on this Earth and deciphered it, acquired it for ourselves, and are actively trying to develop it even further. So while a single human might not compare it to something as amazing as Albion as a race, there's nothing out there that surpasses humanity. We are the most advanced life form on Earth, you know.
Well said. We might be enemies, but just now I'm real glad we're on the same side.
Thanks. You might be our enemy, but I love how you give credit where it's due.
Of all the ways for two people to become friends.
And yet, they still think of themselves as enemies. Weird.
I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have and always will be boys, huh? Wait. Why is it talking to us? It just jumped in on our conversation. It's like, yeah. See, it's basically like, I know, right? Lol. Mirror, who's behind what? Okay, I see where you're going with this. It just dipped out. Dude, that was fun.
Okay, that's enough of that. You're the fairy who's been following us since yesterday, aren't you?
That's me. Hi there. I'm Mirror, the Night Call. I've been watching you guys since I picked up your lovely auras.
By the way, unlike the original, my gender isn't exactly a secret, okay? A night call? So you're a spirit who didn't disappear after dying? But that's weird. I don't sense any hostility or malice or anything from you.
Oh yeah, because this the Da Vinci Lily is actually a girl, but the other Da Vinci, well, I'll leave it to your imagination. Nope, I don't have any regrets or grudges. I'm just too strong to disappear, that's all. I've been stuck like this for years on end now. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do about it either. Gotcha. Sounds like a real problem. Would it help if we left some food on your grave or something? You want to leave food on my grave, even though there's nothing there? That's so funny. But thanks, you guys are really nice fairies. Man, you sure are a cheerful night call, aren't you? Guess you didn't die because you lost your purpose then. How'd you bite it? Was it sudden? Did you have an unlucky accident or something? It was more of an incident than an accident. We were all massacred by the fire and wind 6 years ago, just like Ainsel predicted. Ainsel died then too. Now there's no one from the Mirror Clan left. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't. Or was there? That's odd. Oh well, everyone forgets things sometimes. Anyway, you guys look like you're a lot of fun. So, can I have a little request I'm hoping you can help me with? You see, a few days ago, a weird fairy showed up and started living in a really important place we used to protect. You think you might be able to chase her off for me? Her?
Well, we're usually willing to help fairies, night calls in need. somewhere we need to be ourselves. But just out of curiosity, what does this weird fairy look like?
Well, she's wearing a fancy upper-class fairy dress and even wears fancy glasses. And she has a whole bunch of subordinates and a pink tail. Koyanskaya. Hang on, that sounds like Koyanskaya. Are we gonna have to fight her now? But then again, she did chase at the request of well, not really request. I guess as a deal with what's his face Oberon. She did chase off. Well, she did quote unquote make the reinforcements disappear. So yeah. Okay, looks like we're fighting Avengers again. Time to bring the Kiara, or someone.
Koyanskaya is that servant we saw with Merian, right? Oberon seemed to think she was dangerous, but does that mean she's a problem Chaldea has to deal with too?
That aspect of her is still kind of up in the air.
There's no doubt that she's fundamentally incompatible with humanity as a whole, but we've never also faced her directly just yet.
We kinda did in Olympus.
She did try to kill us during the attack on the Chaldea base, but that was probably just her following the foreign god's orders. She's also made the habit of toying with the local populace in each Lostbelt, but I think that's just her way of enacting retribution. She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in a given world, like the relationship between the ruling class and the lower class, and exaggerated them. She may hate humanity, but she's never tried to obliterate it. That said, she's been making a point of collecting creatures from each Lostbelt which never existed in proper human history. Also, that she's the immature form of a beast, an evil bent on destroying humanity, would put her pretty firmly in the evil camp. If Koyanskaya were just acting as Merian's bodyguard, that's between them. We'd have no business interfering. But if she's adding to her collection here too, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. It's really only a matter of time until she turns those creatures against us. Stopping her now is just kind of self-defense, so we don't have to fight them off later. I see. I think I understand why she's so dangerous now. In which case, she must be after... Mirror, are we heading to the bog where the dragon's remains are now?
We sure are. That weird fairy came trundling up to that pitch-black pool one day with an umbrella in tow, even though no one besides us should know about it. Then she kicked out the Morse, and then the last I saw, she was doing something nasty to the dragon's corpse. Ew. The dragon's corpse? She's after Albion. Damn it, has she no shame at all? That thing's gotta be like a national treasure. No tourist like her has a right to take it. Not to mention how badly it'll reflect on proper human history. Moors! There's a whole bunch of Moors here! Run for it, everyone! Forget about the dragon's corpse. Don't throw your lives away.
Don't worry, we'll be fine. Luckily, there aren't many pure fairies here. There aren't many pure fairies here, so we can handle a bunch of Moors. Oh, but make sure you stand back, Hapatrot. We don't want to risk a worst-case scenario. Don't be daft, you idiot. This is no time to worry about me. Their poison is super deadly. Make sure your healers are ready to go, Yusaku. If I have to, I'll fight these things myself.
I'll bring in someone's Tamamo. And while we bring in... Hmm. Alright.
まあ、はい、もちろんです。ないぞ。迷いも嘆きも大切に。海の泡に返しましょう。ニーバーならヘブンズフォーム。狙い撃ち。ここでまっすぐ。
Yeesh.
まあ、はい、もちろん艶やかに、柔らかに。迷いも嘆きも大切に、海の泡に返しましょう。ニーバーならヘブンズフォーム。 あとは切るなり焼くなり、私の自由ですね。
Crap, 3 was bad enough, now there's even more.
Something's not right here. Moors wouldn't gather on their own like this. It got to be a trap Koyanskaya set. She must really not want anyone getting past here. You mean she's already got Moors under her thumb? This Koyanskaya lady must be even more trouble than I thought. In fact, now that I think about it, I can't believe you knew she was like that.
I'm sorry.
I can't believe you knew what she was like and still greeted her and glossed her like it was no big deal, Yusaku!
I can't really argue with that. Don't chew my head off. What else could he have done back then? Marion was there too, you know. Now quit griping and get back to fighting. If we can't end this, I'm gonna end up using my noble phantasm until I'm drained dry. Keep those enchantments coming, Altria. I'll pull off 3 more Sumikari in a row, if that's what it takes. Even if I have to burn my own spirit origin for fuel.
Huh? Does that mean servant spirit origins are flammable?
Can't speak for everyone's, but mine is. Look, don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep them coming. When you've been standing at the forge as long as I have, losing an eye or a leg stops seeming like such a big deal. Huh? Oh, that seems like... Yep. She's here.
Tam Lin Lancelot, what are you doing here? Never mind that. I'm going to clear out these moors. Stand back, child of prophecy. You're only getting in my way.
No way. That's the child of prophecy? Not my night call. I couldn't tell it was her. But now that I'm getting a better look at her, I can sense it too. Yay, she finally made it back to the entrance to paradise. This is great. What a relief. Now all of our purposes have finally been fulfilled. Hello, Britain's Belle of Ending. So you're the one with the highest of callings. The second Avalon Lefay. Oh, that's kind of weird. I guess we're fighting more Moors then. Wait, what? Let's see a warning. 1618, you'll be defeated if guest servant Tam Lin Lancelot is vanquished. Okay, we gotta be careful on that one. Which means that Tam Lin Lancelot would have an ability that could work against these Moors, so I guess we'll use her too. And she takes off her mask.
I see none of you were hurt or killed. Not that it was any of my concern.
How in the world can she rapid fire her noble phantasm like that?
You didn't come here to save us, did you? No, I suppose I could have just left you to your own devices. But this place is special to me, since I didn't want Moors ruining it, that's all.
So you're not going to fight the Child of Prophecy?
Yes, I will, but not now. We all know there's going to be a war eventually. When there is, we Tam Lin will lead the charge against the Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage. There's no need to rush things. When the time comes, I will make your death so excruciating that your souls will flee your bodies from the pain alone. So cruel and sadistic. You're pretty ugly on the inside for a fairy said to be the most beautiful in Britain, aren't you? Me? The most beautiful? That's very kind of you to say, but no, I'm not the most beautiful fairy in Britain. Well, maybe if you value function over form, but true beauty has nothing to do with combat ability. Why am I bothering to talk about this? I really need to learn what is and what isn't appropriate for fairies one of these days. Anyway, I take it you're all here to ring the bell of pilgrimage. If you are, then I'd just turn around and leave if I were you. There's nothing like that here anymore. Anything that used to be here has long since been burnt to...
Huh? She let out a girly scream. Yikes, you scared me. Did you see a ghost or something?
Yes, I'm looking at one! Have you guys really not noticed it until just now? That's a night call! And if it's here, it must be from the Mirror Clan. I see, so that's what was calling to me.
Huh? No, you've got it all wrong. We don't begrudge anyone anything. We already did everything we had to do, we just have nothing left to tell you. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to hurry to the bog? Otherwise, you might be too late to stop that outsider from taking your homeland for herself. Come on, Lancelot or no Lancelot, we can't let Koyanskaya get away with this, right? Let's just keep out. That NFF keep out tape looks so out of place here.
What are these hideous bindings doing here? How dare you wade into our lake with your dirty feet? Dirty feet? Of all the nerve! I'll have you know I'm very fond of this dress Lady Murian gave me. So I've been toiling away this excavation from the air, as you can see. Unfortunately, these moors I just acquired have been unable to either transport or destroy it. So I was nearly on the verge of writing the whole thing off as a loss. But luckily, even though these bones are worthless junk to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Now, I'll get my hands on the Tam Lin I've been waiting and hoping for. This aura... You must be an immature beast!
You know about beasts, Lancelot?
Of course I do. Why do you know about them? Oh, I see. Proper human history must be having a tougher time than I thought. Those bones must be what's left of Albion's corpse. Whatever Koyanskaya wants with them, we can't let her get it. Come on, Yusaku, we need to help Lancelot. I don't know what Koyanskaya's after, but whatever it is, it can't be good. This time we're gonna cut off her tail and send her packing. What was that? How dreadfully crude. Not all of us world-class beauties ruin nations, you know. Why, if anything, I'm doing humanity a favor. I'd say what I'm doing here is, philanthropy. Philanthropy.
There you go.
But I suppose trying to get you all to see reason is a fool's errand, since you can't even see what a blight this thing actually is. All the hard work I put into acquire this fine specimen of a weapon, and you've all ruined it. You know, I think this may be a fine occasion to finally get rid of you all. Stand back, everyone! Something huge is coming out of the bog! Is that a dragon? Could Albion itself... No, what are you, blind? It's just another Moors. You're all brawn and no brains, aren't you? You'll never be a match for Morgan like that.
Hey, you can't blame Mulcher for being confused. These magical energy levels are insane. They're as high as the Calamity in Norwich, if not higher.
You're right. I didn't want to believe it, but this water is made up of all the same stuff as Moors. It's literally dripping with animosity towards fairies. We're basically surrounded by Moors now. There's no escape. That's right. This is where Albion's dead flesh rotted away, becoming the most foul substance in all of Britain. And that's not all. This is also where the northern fairies were massacred in the War of Spring. For 8,000 years, their hatred has festered away in this natural cauldron. Albion itself may be no more than a pile of bones now. But it's no trouble to collect all the magical elements that were left here and make them into what they used to be. What are you saying? Are you planning to steal Albion's corpse since it perished all alone in the sea of nothingness? Of course not. My clients wouldn't be interested in acquiring a zombie. No, this is strictly a one-time deal. All returned to its old, decayed flesh once all of Chaldea is dead. Besides, you're the thing I'm really after. Haven't I already mentioned that? You see, Lord Beryl gave me a juicy super secret bit of info. You're a living Albion, so I'm going to take you away from here and keep you all to myself.
Huh? Lancelot is Albion?
Now, as much as I hate to cut short a chat about my fabulous products, I'm afraid I must. Good day, Chaldeans. Thank you so much for your patronage these last several months. Now allow me to escort you down to the depths of hell, where you can wait for Britain's destruction. This is way worse than it was in Norwich. It's suicide to fight a morse of the scale without Mash's protection.
We gotta find a way to retreat back to those ruins.
The hell it is! Don't be fooled! This thing's all bark and no bite. Sure, this bog's curse is powerful, but it's not a real calamity. That weird lady up there is just giving it a temporary form. You guys can take this thing easily. Now come on and kick its butt, Yusaku. This is no time to be hanging out here. Mash is waiting for you to come get her in Orkney.
Really, Happy Cat?
Damn, just when I thought I'd broken their spirits. If only that odd little fairy hadn't stuck her nose in. Fine, I'll help you all here. Just this once, I'm going to disable the name and gift Her Majesty bestowed on me. Because if that really is Albion's animated flesh, then I'm the only one who can burn it away. Hear me, I am not the knight known as Lancelot. My true name is Melusine, Melusine of the Dark Bog. I am descendant of Albion, given my name by the most beautiful being alive.
Hey, Melusine, that's her name now. I'm so happy I have mine, even though it's only MP1. But I need more bells I need a lot more bells to increase her skill from 8 to 9. Let's see now. I only have like 3 moon cancers though. What to do about this one? Maybe I don't need Merlin. I'm throwing like a single target berserker for this one. Oh, Vlad. Maybe Coulter, yeah. Kinda wish I had an NP5 Melusine. So if Melusine gets defeated, then we lose. Whoa, looks like a dragon.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。普段通りに。いいよ。冗談する。来るがいい。
Awesome, awesome.
いいでしょう。早く、もっと早く。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ時を示せ。行けいたいと。アンド。白兵戦行きます。波のプールお好きでしょ。まあ艶やかにちゃんと柔らかに。迷いも嘆きも大切に海の泡に返しましょう。ニルバーダルスヘブンズフォーム。今のうちに準備やだな。深い。はい、もちろんです。
See how much their guts brings them up, though.
迷いも嘆きも大切に海の泡に返しましょう。ニルバーダルスヘブンズフォーム。溺れなさい。失礼。痛い。怖い。上手になさいませ。ですから。この星早く。はい、もちろんです。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ時を示せ。行けいたいと。
There we go, that should work. Hey, true name revealed. Melusine. Ravioli, ravioli, don't leave the dragon lowly. Oh, cool.
Beast!
Oh, damn. Did she mess up Koyanskaya? She got her. Yep, that's Lancelot's Arondite. She just destroyed Koyanskaya's spirit core, no question. Her eyes.
She's gone! What happened, Melusine? I thought you'd killed her! Lancelot, in this war I am Tam Lin Lancelot. I will tell you nothing unless you call me by that name. Not that there's anything I want to tell you in any case. Okay, Lancelot, we won't mention the other name again. But it looks like you're just as strong even without your gifted name. In fact, you might even be weaker as Lancelot. So if you want to go by that name, you won't hear us complain. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. No problem. I'm flattered you think so. But anyway, what happened with Koyanskaya? Should we assume she got away? Well, maybe. I should have gone for her head, not her heart. That beast was still weak since she wasn't fully grown, but she had vitality to spare. If I had to guess, I say she has several lives, though she should at least be incapacitated for a few days.
It's all thanks to you, Lancelot.
Oh god, I knew that of course, but I'm glad to see you do too.
This is great. Now old Lord Skelly will stick around for a long time yet. Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back in... Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back in with regular ocean. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would fall apart, and Lady Ainsel would be so sad.
Lord Skelly? Is that what the Mirror Clan called Albion?
Yep. It's easy to tell who you mean that. That way, right? Anyway, why don't we go back? The longer you stay here, the worse you're gonna feel.
I'm getting that, yeah. This poison is strong enough to affect spirit origins. I don't even want to think about the genetic effects it would have on living creatures. Besides, while I love to investigate Albion's corpse further, we have something else that needs doing right now.
What are you going to do now, Lancelot? We're going back to those ruins.
You need to ask? I've helped you already, so it's only right that I stick around a little longer. So you want to keep an eye on us to be sure we don't mess with Albion's bones? I guess that is a more direct way of putting it. Thanks for cleaning that up.
Everyone's all quiet.
What? What is it? Stare all you want. You're not going to find a weakness. It's not that. I was just wondering what you being a living Albion means. Also, I have to say, Melusine is a lovely name.
I can't believe she just blurted that out. Even Habitrot knew better than to bring it up.
That has nothing to do with you, and it's not worth talking about.
Lancelot is Albion's left claw. What? When the planet turned into a sea of nothingness, Albion, who didn't make it back to paradise, exhausted their strength and died when they fell from the sky. But even though their core, their heart, had stopped, their flesh lived on. Right before their body completely fell apart, they cut off their left claw. That left claw was Melusine's before this new life. It was here in this lake for a long time, not even sure if it was alive or dead.
But I didn't see anything like that the last time I was here. I'm sure you didn't. Before I looked like this, I was just a filthy clump of flesh. I had no muscles, no bones, no cilia, no hair, no joy, no fun, no sadness, no suffering. I didn't even know I was a dragon, or what I would have liked to be. I may have been alive, but I wasn't truly living. I was just a thing wriggling in the darkness of the bog. But then one day...
Aurora?
Please, stop this, Lady Aurora. You're going to dirty yourself. Any creature living in the bog like this must be even filthier than the moors. Why would you say something like that? Just look how much it's struggling to reach the light. It's okay. This lake is quite shallow. I'm sure even I can help it.
Oh.
What is that thing? It looks like rotten fruit. Please get away from it, Lady Aurora. You'll ruin your dress. Oh my, you poor thing. You must be so cold. You're not a water fairy, are you? Hello there, darling one. Or good morning, I think. Yes, that's better.
Oh wow. That's a neat picture. And this one will be for the thumbnail. Or at least a thumbnail candidate.
My name is Aurora. What's yours? Now that we're friends, could I offer you some tea? Oh, only if you like tea, of course. I met someone who had no reservations about cradling a creature like me in her arms. It was the first time I'd seen something beautiful. That was when I gained this form. I was no more than a bunch of cells, but once I saw her, I knew I wanted to be just like her. That was the first thing I ever wanted. And now I have this body along with the name she gave me, Melusine. So you didn't have muscles, or bones, or even cilia to transport cells. You must have been something like an amoeba then. But then once you saw a model for a new way to be, you transformed into a fairy. Yes, that's right. Amazing, isn't it? It truly was a miracle. Nobody else would ever thought to go into that dark, muddy bog, let alone cradle me like that. That's why my life belongs to her. My whole reason for being is making her wishes come true. But she had duties she couldn't neglect, so we couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the Earth, Wind, King, and Fang clans were so afraid of the calamity that they began fighting amongst themselves again. So at High Queen Morgan's suggestion, I became Tam Lin Lancelot to bring the fighting to an end. So that's why you're the only Tam Lin who doesn't have her own army or domain. Tristan, Balban, Sith hates fairies. Gawain, Barghest loves fairies, humans too. What about you, Lancelot? How do you feel about them? Did you just start caring for Percival on a whim? No, I didn't. I love Percival deeply. Love? I watched over him for 10 years, ever since he was a little boy. Every time he grew bigger or stronger, my heart felt like it would burst with joy, uncertainty, loneliness, and gratitude. I wasn't the best mentor, sister, or even friend. I dreamed of a future where Percival could live happily, like the humans in proper human history so many times, though. But not only did he decline High Queen Morgan's invitation, he went and formed that silly Round Table army. I don't know how he turned out to be such a delinquent. I certainly didn't raise him that way.
You're acting like a mother than a sister. If you're really worried about Percival, you could still fight beside him.
I can't do that. I have to be a Tam Lin. That's why I obey High Queen Morgan. Whether the Child of Prophecy's cause is just or not doesn't matter. I made a deal with Her Majesty. I had my reasons, and I'm going to honor the deal. Alright, this should be far enough. Besides, it's time I return to Camelot. I'll see you later on the battlefield, as enemies.
You're really going to fight Percival?
He chose his path for himself. I have to respect that. But don't tell him that you talked to me. It'll only be painful for him.
Bye! Good luck in the battle at Camelot! She's like freaked out. Well, there she goes. She left as quickly as she came, just like the last time. Wait, was she the one who massacred the mirror cloud? It's okay. It's all in the past now. I'm not upset. Everyone in the Mirror Clan can see the future. We all know we're going to die, and it's hard to tell present from future. We feel like we're dead from the moment we're born. So we have no regrets, no desire for revenge, or anything like that. Dying just hurt, that all. I do feel bad for Ainsel, though. She was our leader, our princess, or so she was. Our princess, so she was always worried about the whole clan's future. She put so much pressure on herself, always worried about how to find a way for us all to survive. She put all that on herself. She kept apologizing to the whole clan right up to the moment we all died. The truth is, she's the one who was supposed to become a Night Call. But I didn't want her to keep having to apologize to us even after we all died, so I volunteered to be the messenger instead.
Messenger? So you have a messenger for the child? So you have a message for the Child of Prophecy?
Yep. There's no Bella pilgrimage in this city. Only the clan heads have those. And since Ainsel's was destroyed along with her, I'm afraid you'll have to find a replacement somewhere else. Also, this is kind of hard to say, but... Mirror, you're... It's okay, Yusuke. Let's just hear what she has to say. That's a girl? I don't know, I'll just keep you like this. The last thing Ainsel had to say was... The Child of Prophecy will come here twice. So the first time will be to live, the second time will be to die.
I see. Thank you, Mirror. I'll remember that, I promise. Take care of yourself, okay?
I'm glad you turned out to be such a kind Child of Prophecy. Make sure you don't hold anything back or second guess yourself. Just go out there and save Britain. Save the rest of us fairies. Oh boy. And last part of section 18. Is she bleeding out?
Yow! Ow, 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 ow! I can't believe this. How could she have crushed my heart through the six-tailed clone I sent out? What a disaster. All that work I did to raise one of my tails, gone just like that. The plan was to send one of my 9 lost tails to each Lostbelt so they could all learn and gain unique experiences. And once all 9 tails had matured, I was going to become a beast that would have easily surpassed that smarmy fox maiden.
Fox maiden?
But now the whole thing's ruined. Oh well, guess I'll just have to give up then. Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, since there's only 7 Lostbelts.
Imaginary foe. Foe! You... Foe! That is certainly a skill issue, foe.
Alright, let's try to look at the bright side of this. Do I cut my losses and move on, or do I stay put? Albion's body was just a pile of bones, and since it doesn't have any fur, there's no way for me to control it. And Lady Melusine is no longer a beast, but a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire her either. It'd be a pretty big loss if I pulled out of Britain now, but I don't see much reason to stay at this point. Well, at least I found some good reference material for the private casino resort and private primate zoo I plan to build one day. I do feel bad for leaving Lady Murian in the lurch, but...
Leaving so soon? So you're every bit as heartless as you seem.
Oh my, look at the moth dragged in. Well, if it isn't the so-called Fairy King who asked me to wipe out Woodrose's reinforcements without Lord Yusaku finding out. In exchange for telling me where I can find Albion. Of course you didn't say at the time that the information you were peddling was worthless. You knew all along. You knew Albion was no good to me when you made that deal, didn't you?
Of course I did. Why would I go out of my way to help out one of Chaldea's enemies? Besides, I only told you where you could find Albion's grave. You getting what you want from it was never part of the deal. Now, would you cut the sickening slander before I get forcibly reacquainted with my breakfast?
Oh, very well. It may have been no more than a rotted corpse, but it was still the last pure-blooded dragon. Even if I couldn't make it my kin, I was still able to extract some valuable information from its bone structure. It should at least provide a good base structure for the Grand Tamamo Shrine, the Triple-A
Advanced Avenging Armament,
currently under construction at NFF Services headquarters. Now then, if you'll excuse me, Prince Devious, I must be going. I do hope you enjoy playing Guide to Chaldea.
You're looking for a weapon that can destroy the world, right? I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now we need all the help we can get, even from a beast. I have an idea where you can find an even stronger product that's right up your alley. So if I were you, I wouldn't cut my losses in Britain just yet. Ooh. This is really dangerous territory, Oberon. Hopefully it'll help us. Hopefully it'll help us out more than it will be a burden. Oh. Hey, MASH. Fragment 9, let's go. We're gonna have MASH hibernate. Orkney, end of Feyera 400, after the fall of Londinium.
Totteron, where did Ace go?
She went to check on the World Tree. I mean, the Tree of Emptiness. Hey, Juan, how's it going? Or 166. Hello, how's it going?
She said she's going to wither it until it dies. Then she'll end the fair and create a new land. I see. I wish there was something I could do for her, but there isn't. It's all gone. All of it. Everything Ace. Everything we all worked for. Destroyed. Just like that. And for no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left, but... I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the only one who gets to survive. That I'll get to stay behind in the future.
Not my mobile game of choice. I'm more into Snapper dueling, so I love Nikki. Oh, okay, that's perfectly fine. I like FGL because of the story and whatnot, too.
Mash. You got it all wrong, Mash. You're not staying behind in the future. You're going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged to the Fae in the first place. So it's good that you're going back, even if Ace said this would wrap everything up nice and neat.
Puzzle Cluster Future Fight. Huh. Never heard of Future Fight before.
That didn't cheer you up? That didn't cheer you up? Fine. If you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. A promise that'll prove you coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right. You know, I used to be a real jerk before I lost to Ace. I was violent and selfish, and everyone else in the Wing Clan hated me. But then I joined Ace and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but I just felt kind of empty. Like there was a big hole in my heart. I used to wonder what it was, what I really wanted to do, what I should do, and what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mash. Remember when you told me about Habitrot, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which is me. I don't know which me is right, this Lostbelt me or the me from proper human history, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds so happy, I decided that's who I want to be. You gave me a dream worth living for, Mash, and I don't mean the dream of becoming Habitrot from proper human history. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm gonna hold on to it forever. I'm always gonna be grateful you came here.
Oh, Mash crying.
So you just wait right here, and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great tailor and see off at least 100 brides. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true too. I mean, if I can make 100 brides happy, that'll definitely help me become a real grown-up. Right, that's right. Knowing you, Totorat, I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Right, so there's the promise. It's okay if you forget it as long as you keep waiting here. The next time we meet, I'm gonna be able to make a wonderful dress that'll look absolutely smashing on you.
Or maybe we can smash in. I mean, what? And so Mash, the first Tam Lin, entered her slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fae era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Tam Lin, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Ace.
You know, Ace, I still don't get why you're helping Mash. I'm not too smart, but even I can tell you won't gain anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to ask anything more. You're about to kill the Tree of Emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are going to die, right? Then our journey together is over. I'm going to go back to the south and work on my fairy training, and this time I'll do it for me. See you later, Ace. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Totorat. Training for your own sake is all well and good, but don't forget what I taught you either, okay?
All days pass and Mash has been frozen in carbonite. Keck.
My diary. I don't know. My diary. Page 14,800. It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known far and wide as a first-class seamstress. I've even seen more than 100 brides off, but my wish hasn't come true yet. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work so well lately, my eyesight is fading, and I can barely hold this pen. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Ace quit being its savior, war between the clans have resumed, worse than ever. Now it's the year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Ace said this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. Mash told me it still exists in the future. Okay, nobody should find me in here. I sat down in the corner of a northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working, my mouth stopped moving, and my mind started to go blank. Huh. I must have been even more tired than I thought. Let's see, 2019. Sheffield's Castletown. I sprinkled the petrification powder Grimmer made for me on my head. I hear the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's the winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. Ace returned from Orkney, the world's end. The last war. There's no more Uther, no more Round Table, no more Ector, no more Grimmer. It's just her and the War of Winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Ace, but fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the Fae era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The time of Savior vanishes from history and disappears from everyone's memory.
Coast of the End. Alright, before we continue, I'm going to go refill my drink. Be right back. we go. Sorry about that, folks. But we're going back. About time we made it. So this is the northernmost point in Britain, huh?
If this were proper human history's Britain, we'd be right around Edinburgh, I say. But it looks like this is about as far north as this version of Britain goes. I heard it was cold here, but I still wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere near this chilly in the south.
It's not as bad as Russia, but it's still freezing. Just look at all this snow.
Those are the tears of the Rain Clan. They're all that remain of the Rain Clan after it was wiped out in Feyre 4000. They're a song of grief and admonition to other clans, and an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise.
Who's the Fairy of Paradise?
Exactly what it sounds like. A fairy who came from paradise. Don't worry, it'll all make sense soon. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain Clan die out? Was it Moors? Northern fairies? Nope. The Wayne, Earth, Fang, and Wind clans all joined forces to wipe them out in one night.
Ew.
An alliance between 4 clans? That would definitely be enough to wipe out a single clan. But I thought the clans all hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So how and why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? Good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain Clan more. A strong common enemy and all that. Were the other clans just afraid of the Rain Clan? Were they just that powerful? Not at all. The Rain Clan was a quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Mirror Clan. The whole reason they took up residence here in the north was out of desire not to fight the clans in the south. Then why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. They took pity on her when she washed up here from Paradise, and raised her as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that at all. They were all, no way we're letting her go on her pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this.
What do they even mean by pilgrimage?
Sorry, no more chit-chat for now. We've got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Oh wow, what a beautiful wolf! And its fur looks so warm.
Yeah, there's almost something godly about it. Wait, it actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby?
It's heading off that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yep. There's a little boat up ahead I used myself a long time ago. We can take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride, and once we get there, my adventure will be over.
That was a short segment. Orkney. So there is caster and riders. You gotta increase your all the skills, man. It looks like the White Wolf's headed toward... It looked like the White Wolf's headed toward campfire?
Yeah, and there's another wolf already there, along with...
Hey there. Hey, there you are, Frecky. Want some of this fish Moonin caught? That's a servant, Yusaku. This mean there's been another proper human history servant besides Oberon here? No, wait, I recognize that robe. It's Ku. Hey, Yusaku, about time you got here. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Ku Hulon. Ku Hulon? Whoa there, am I not calling me that? It really drags the Spirit Origins output down. Around here, I've gone by Grimmer for a long, long time now. Don't forget it.
Grimmer. Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but... wasn't that also another name for the Norse Allfather?
What, you didn't tell him about me? What, you didn't tell him about me, Habitrot? Not even after I bailed you out in Sheffield.
Yikes! There was so much happening back then that I didn't realize at the time, but you really gotten old, Grimmer.
What are you talking about? I'm as young as I ever was. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm the second generation. Sorry to disappoint.
Man, I had no idea time could be so brutal. Ace dropped dead in shock if she saw you now.
You're Grimmer the Sage, Ku Hulon? How does that work? Sure, I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting, is it? But first, I gotta see if the Child of Prophecy there is the real deal or not. Damn, this guy means business. Is it alright if we fight back, Yusaku? Just another of the endless tests of skill, I think.
Got it. It seems this man's much less nice than your usual acquaintances, Yusaku.
I don't know why, but something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him. Oh man, if only you knew you got killed by him before in another life. Well, you got killed, but then you came back to life. I mean, yeah, Fate Stay Night references. Ah. Alright, here we go. Ah, dang, almost. The Wicker Man. Just gotta sneeze on him a bit. So, the child of prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she's never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is. I have nothing to say to Okado who can't even be civil. Go on, get out of here.
But you were the one who said bring it on, isn't that right, Yusaku? Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him.
I don't remember saying anything like that.
Huh? Seriously? Now you're starting to sound like Oberon.
Yep, that's Grimmer, alright. He might be all grown up now, but he's still as mean as ever.
Alright, Grimmer, tell us what's going on here. How long have you been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like... Cool, I mean, Grimmer, this wouldn't happen to be your second time being summoned here, wouldn't it? Would it? If so, would the first time be long ago, back in the Fey era, and then the second time be, well, now?
Oh, we got a clever one here, hmm? Guess you'd have to be, since you already saved humanity once. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now. Now that I've crossed staves with you, I can tell for sure that you're the child of prophecy, the fairy of paradise. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Grimmer the Sage. My true name is Ku Hulan. I'm a heroic spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I was summoned here as the divine spirit of Odin. This time around, I've been standing guard here day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf. Hey, yo. And we keep going. Yeah.
A divine spirit? So then, is this one of those god beings you told me about, Yusaku? But he's so affable. He's not the least bit majestic.
That's about the reaction I was going for. You're a lot more amiable than I expected. You're right, I'm not at all majestic. I might be here as Odin's proxy, but I'm still just another heroic spirit, like that old man over there. So how about you just call me Grimmer, you know, like a friendly older brother sort. Ha! Older brother. If you're here as a divine spirit's proxy, then you're just as much of an old man on the inside as I am. No way! I'm young in mind and in body, know why? 'Cause I bit it before I got old.
I wonder why these two get along so poorly.
I bet a whole fate thing. Yep, fate stay night. But never mind that. I got some explaining to do first, don't I? Unfortunately, my role here is more than a little complicated. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Yusaku. You too, child of prophecy. It's funny because it's Ku, Shiro, and Altria from another world. First up, my relation to Chaldea. I'm the same heroic spirit you formed a contract with in Fuyuki. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the Throne of Heroes. But I retained my records of you, Olga Mary, and King Arthur, who's still holding her ground here.
I see. You're talking about Singularity F, or Singularity X as Chaldea defined it, the one that took place in Fuyuki in 2004. I've seen the data on that incident too. And I'm pretty sure any servants that's been dismissed would never bring any records back with them.
You can thank my divine spirit for stepping in on that. Hell, in my case, you could even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch out for you guys from Chaldea. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom, see? And apparently, he looked into the future and saw we needed to do something here before things got real bad. By here, he meant Fuyuki in Britain, and by do something, he meant... Well, it seems to come down to, in every word, recovery. See, this god's had his eye on this Lostbelt for a hell of a long time. A multi-dimensional eye, specifically. He first summoned me here 6,000 years ago to aid the Fairy of Paradise. That was the first Grimmer the Sage. He was a pseudo-servant possessing a local fairy's body.
I remember. He was about 14 years old, and he had a sword instead of a staff.
Did he now? Well, ain't that something? What kind of kid was he?
He was a real brat. Always getting into trouble. Ace leaned on him a lot, though.
So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear.
Yep. After we parted ways with Ace, the two of us talked a lot. You made that magic powder for me and came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right?
Yep. The previous Grimmer disappeared either because Ace revoked his contract or because she killed the Tree of Emptiness. But before he disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if this Lostbelt swapped places with reality. He knew that once everybody dies ending, the incineration of humanity, had been resolved, there'd be no avoiding the bad ending, the reconstruction of humanity. All the necessary conditions were in place. So he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some of the load off of Chaldea. And I'm the pseudo-servant he chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he conferred his authority upon me, making me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fuyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldea. After that, he sent me here to Britain, where humanity would be in real dire straits if somebody didn't step in. Well, I had no idea about Grimmer the Sage before I got here. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history. I didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Yusaku in that regard. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what had happened in the era of the High Queen. I learned about the calamities, the clans, Morgan, the Tam Lin, the transition from the Fey era to the end of the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower here, I put most of the pieces together. I knew then that my job was to wait for you guys here, to ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to paradise. So, what does that mean exactly? Don't overthink it. It's just like Fuyuki. From here on, I'm gonna accompany you on your journey. I'll act as one of your servants and all that. In exchange, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to fulfill Einzel's prophecy, the promise Ace couldn't keep. I guess Kid Me was too soft to get the job done, but that's the job Grimmer the Sage is here to do.
It's an awfully roundabout way of summoning a servant to help, but I'm glad to have you on board, Grimmer the Sage. First off, we'd love to hear what you know about the Fey era and the era of the High Queen, but before that...
You don't gotta tell me. You're here looking for the shield girl, right? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally I couldn't agree more with that stance. Besides, I'm sure she knows way more about the Fey era than I do, so you may as well hear it from her instead. Are you sure about this? Hey, our goals are basically the same. All you gotta do is help me with mine.
So you know where Mash is? Then, does that mean...
Yep, she's by the Bell of Pilgrimage. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower's right at the top. Okay, give me a sec. There we go. Frames are back. Well, that makes this simple. Come on, Yusaku, let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. We got some real nasty things to get past between here and there. They look like the kind of ghosts you'd see wandering around in foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you'd think. We still gotta get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just because they're ghosts. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder to fight than any other enemy you've faced so far. Well, that doesn't sound fun. We're fighting a ruler now. Give me 1 second. Something I wanted to check first. Huh. Okay. Alright. Here we go, folks.
出陣します。総員構えてください。白兵戦行きます。早書きです。カルウェナ。よし、決めた。無駄なことをするのね。
Huh. So, like no music here.
命令す言われなくてもこれが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が心臓の泉。アビオシビラクエース。邪魔。これはどう？命令するに下がっているように。目障り。ああ、鐘の音が聞こえる。
Woo! Alright. Now we're fighting a saber. Saber and archers. Alrighty, let's see. Who do we need to beat up? Let's bring you here right now. Put Emmy on here, I guess. Oh, I could put you in here, just gain bond points. This fog is nuts. Don't be hasty. The bell tower's not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we're gonna stick together. Hey Grimmer, we've covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at the bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago. So why are these things... What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones to commune with the dead, but what the hell? They're asking if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you going on ahead. What do you say, Yusaku? Wanna wait here until the fog clears up? No, I may not be qualified, but I'm going on ahead anyway. You heard the man, gents. We appreciate your warning, but you didn't even have bothered. What are you guys still doing here, anyway? Souls are supposed to reincarnate. Souls are supposed to reincarnate. Here, how about we help speed that along? Doo-doo. Uh-oh. Oh, I crashed again? No! Oh, man. Why you gotta do this to me, BlueStacks? Why? Okay. It's all... Okay, everything good. Oh, it was already starting at the battle? We need... There we go. Tristan, Lancelot, and Gawain? Whee! Alright.
食の日差し、こぼれる肌の雫、可愛い男の子。夏最高。
Alright. Hey, the bell.
We made it to the top. There's the bell tower, just like Grimmer said. And over there.
Mash! She's frozen in carbonite. Mash! That's right. She's been in this coffin for the past 2,400 years. Since the fair of 400. 2,400 years? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself. But according to the notes that the first Grimmer left, the coffin spell should be lifted once her master touches it. You made it. You two are finally reunited. However, it looks like there's still one obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near the coffin or the bell unless we do something about those things. Give him hell, Altria. You're the only one who can beat him.
Are you okay with this, Habitrot, even though they're calling your name?
I'm fine. You're just hearing things. Go on, Altria. Get him. This terrace, beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies, is Orkney's holiest place. The ancient era these spirits belonged to is long over. It's time they left. Oh, excuse me. Let's get Emily Alter again. Along with Mr. Sakamoto. Let's see. I'm throwing a berserker here somewhere. Oh, let me just bring in Morgan. Wait, is that Arthur? And another Castor Altria, Knight of Lindinium.
さっさとかかってこい。
できれば逃げてくれると。
お嬢さんの真の力が目覚める。
そいつは新しく説明しろ。いいじゃん。皆殺しだ。マリああ。I am the bone of my soul. As I pray. ひざまずけ。本気で行こう。
What? You can still use his normal phantasm. Okay. Charisma of Hope. This music's kind of eerie. Wasn't that? You did good, Altria. I think you've both come to terms with things now. Once you ring the bell, Orkney's role will be over. But first things first. Go ahead and touch the coffin, Yusaku. Once you do, she'll be back to normal lickety-split. Approach slowly. Yeah, it's breaking. I take it back. Maybe this will be my thumbnail. Woo! I think it'd be more appropriate if I just walk slowly instead of just run up to it. What the heck happened here? I can't really scream right now because people are sleeping.
Why? 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 This was supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Uther. They slaughtered my entire round table like they were just trash. They asked the world of us. They thought the world of Uther. But now they poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him, cowards. Uther, talk to me. Uther, say something. Please say anything. Just open your eyes. I never let failure stop me. I kept trying all these thousands of years. Am I doomed to fail here too? Is it still not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not? Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that can be mine?
And painful screams.
Peace, equality. I never should have tried for either. How dare they? How dare they? I'll never forgive them, ever! I was born in this Britain over 3,000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I faced until today. But I was always hated afterward. Never praised, never loved. Then one day, after I woke from the latest of so many hibernations I've been forced to undergo to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. They are at their core no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice, vested interest, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every weed to prevent malice from taking root, and all with their knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by large, they understood what I did would create a better future, and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of peace so many had worked so hard to build, and tore it apart because they didn't like it, because they could. I give up. If even all this has failed, if it's all come to nothing, then I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, nor even understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for, was just a waste of time. After all the times they betrayed me, I should have known better, but I still clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. And now, because I wasted my time caring about something so utterly absurd, I failed yet again. If my intent is to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior is the way to accomplish it. No more. I will find another way, a better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairies absolution. I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise, of being Avalon the Fae. I should have ruled this land from the start.
Wait, did she become Morgan? There she is! It's Ace the Agitator! Capture her alive! The clan heads have ordered that she be made to stand trial.
Wait, stop! I'm not Ace! I'm not! But wait, who am I? Who am I? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us... She was the one who sold us out to the clan heads. I used my Maxecraft to erase her memories and make her look like me. Once again, everyone will believe Ace the Savior is dead. This time she won't come back.
My pop filter.
Why concern myself with the calamities? I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on in 400 years before the next great calamity arrives. The Tree of Emptiness. A needle made on a foreign planet to close the seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but that's of no consequence to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care, Celestial Sphere, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lostbelt what-if absurdity. I will make my Britain real, even if I must stitch it to the fabric of this planet myself.
Wait, did she transform into Morgan?
Londinium is destroyed. The Savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Hector has already gone his own way, and it's only us heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mash. Our whole pilgrimage was for nothing.
Oh.
What? No, that's not... Please don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides, everything, all of this, even the conversation we're having now, is merely a hypothetical... the Tree of Emptiness is creating. It doesn't matter what we do. The Fey Era is going to end, and the era of the High Queen will begin. Ace's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended, that's all. Ace. Londinium is destroyed. Ace is executed, and the first Tam Lin goes to Orkney along with her coffin. That's how the Savior's tale ended in the era of the High Queen you came from. So we need to make sure that's exactly how things turn out, or there'll be paradoxes when you wake up. The Fey Era will last for 400 more years. Then, in its 12,000th year, the next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the High Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the era of the High Queen begins, you will be unable to act as Mash until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as Mash, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fey Era and erase you. I see. So the moment I was sent into the Fey Era with the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it. And to get back the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right. Even though we know how ray shifting works, we can't travel through space-time without a coffin. That is probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back in time to the Fey Era. The Fey Era can tolerate a few inconsistencies, as long as the era of the High Queen remains intact. Nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering the calamities that she sends back to the Fey Era will cause. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if you had never come from the future to make it clear, I've always known the Savior will fail. Huh? So, you already knew that the Fey Era would end, and the era of the High Queen would follow it? No, that part I did not know. But by the year you came from, AD 2019, or 14,019 in Fey Era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lostbelt Britain, the real one. But I didn't like that, so I came to the Fey Era from the future like you. From my perspective, this has always been the second version of this world. But now that you're here, I suppose you would call it the third. Or maybe it's just a slightly different take on the second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh, good. It looks like Totoro follows a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. That is, Galahad, first of the Tam Lin. That is your name now that you're going into the coffin. Have you said your goodbyes to Totoro? I see, so she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Feyre transitions into the heir of the High Queen, all the information that was added into this new second version of the world will be erased. The heir of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and new second versions will have never existed. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think even I will remember you. More precisely, I will become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world will perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fey era. You mean, it'll be as though she never existed in this history? I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as no one perceives the contradiction in history, she should still be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have you forget everything I'm about to tell you, for as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you now is for after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Chaldea should succeed at excising Morgan's Fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lostbelt will be the same as the one I face. It will be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reasons to fight have been, you've lacked the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, to hurt the world, as something bad. Consequently, you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm, and the responsibility that comes with it. It isn't that humans want to do good. They just keep choosing things that they think will give them the best possible future. And there's no right answer in those choices, no matter how many people may end up saving. No matter how many people they may end up saving. So there are no right answers. You must decide for yourself what to protect and what you will fight against, Galahad. You'll come to know many hearts and minds, and all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will try to shake hurt off, some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. But no matter how wonderful a person may be, they will never have a heart free of conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight. Please try to stop running from that. Because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight that's all your own, then Galahad will once again entrust you with all his power. No heart is free of conflict, no matter what sort of person you are. That's right. You'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake, but when the time comes, I'll make sure you remember. Look, even I can't say whether you'll become someone different like I did, or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow.
Oh, excuse me.
This is goodbye. Oh, and one final thing. You should know that even if you should meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you're caught up in the water mirror in Norwich.
Wait, I may think of the coffin I left here after you were gone.
I may even realize what it all means. But I'm quite sure that the me you meet then will no longer be Ask. Thank you so much for everything, Ask. Even if you knew how things were going to turn out, I still think your journey did the name Savior justice. Well, sure, we gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you in on a secret. Ace the Savior is my real name. My adoptive mother gave it to me after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan.
I fucking knew it. Just the way she was acting, I figured she'd be known as Morgan, and the way she was saying, when she said that, I should be the one to rule Britain.
I'm Avalon LaFay, the fairy of paradise who washed up here from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. I'm also King Arthur's arch enemy, the witch who destroyed all of Britain in proper human history. That is the name of the Lostbelt's king who awaits you in the distant future, the one Chaldea must defeat.
The ice. It's breaking. Break. Woo! Mash. Whoa, I've got you, Mash.
Is this Orkney? I think I was just told something very important.
Are you awake now?
Senpai?
Yeah, it's me. Welcome back, Mash. For good this time.
Right. I'm back, Senpai. I've been on a very, very long journey. There's so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Feyera, and Ace the Savior, the one who sent me back here.
Yay, we got her back. Wait. Why did it show this one more time? And so, at long last, she and Yusuke were reunited. If you're given the chance... If you're given a chance to, like a man, would you do it? Also, if the guy gave consent. No, I do not swing that way. I'm sorry. Finally freed from the coffin, he took her in his arms and held her tight. They embraced warmly, but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself letting out a sigh of relief and disappointment. Wait, this is Alchia? Oh, but I just woke up and chose mental violence. I guess that's fine.
The mage from the world of humans.
Or is this Merlin?
A young man upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how he felt about it. Sure, he isn't perfect. He lied, obfuscated, and he made plenty of mistakes. But it was also abundantly clear that he was doing his best to hide his dissatisfaction, no matter how much he tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with him all this way. But now, I can see he has a true friend, one he really cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. He would have never made it this far if he hadn't put his trust in others. Of course I should have known that he and I were nothing alike.
Oh. She's got some little demons where... Last one of section 19.
That's everything I experienced here in Britain. To sum up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fae eras. Ace the Savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also actually Queen Morgan. And while Ace wasn't capable of it, as Queen Morgan, she was able to race-shift things. Finally, Ace also referred to herself as the Fairy of Paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, I now have a pretty good idea as how the era of the High Queen, that is, the current era of Fairy Britain, came about.
You do? I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all that was, I guess Japan ain't the only island nation whose people had nothing better to do than fight each other.
Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being islands. It's pretty much the same in Europe. Wherever there are territorial, religious, and/or class differences, you're going to get to war. That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, that warfare does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. But even so, there's something off about this Britain. Sure, it's had more than its share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and a different ethnic group taking up residence in the form of the Northern Fairies. But even so, they should have been able to put aside their differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet, it sounds like there was no end of war during all of the Fae era, no matter how many times the Savior smoothed things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Yusaku?
The calamities?
Sorry, but no. Those are definitely one of the main triggers, but there's still a deeper issue at play.
That's right. The Fairy of Paradise, Avalon the Fae. In addition to the clan's turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Yeah, their opinions were split right down the middle. But before we can get into that, I think we better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is. Isn't that right, Altria? Go on then. It's about time you told them the duty you've known about the duty you were given when you were born. Easy, Grimmer, you don't have to be that hard on her.
You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. Guess it slipped my mind, haha. Okay, I can tell you now then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy who was sent here from Avalon, the planet's inner sea. The duty part, though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I heard a voice telling me, venture into the Britain and right its wrongs. That's it. That's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently the Fairy of Paradise is a star seed that washed up on Earth's surface from paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, she then becomes an infant of sorts. It keeps growing like a human until she reaches her mature form. Most fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Morgan, must have been a star seed when she washed up in Orkney all these years ago. The Rain Clan's leader then raised her as her daughter, which ultimately led to Orkney being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I first washed up in the Lake District, after which the Mirror Clan leader threw me out to the sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Tintagel found and rescued me.
So the clan saw the Fairy of Paradise as their enemy.
Well, yes, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain Clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter.
Though that also led to the other clans putting aside their differences just to wipe them out. It's the upper-class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who most hate and fear the Fairy of Paradise. And that's because she wasn't born in Britain.
That's right. The Fairy of Paradise may be a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as the clans are concerned, both Morgan and Ulchi are invaders from a foreign land. Well, more specifically, they see them as the Isle's rightful heirs. The Rain Clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believed Morgan was truly meant to be this isle's king. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain clan and their hometown of Orkney. Right. That's the fall of Orkney that took place in Fae Era 4000. But the Fairy of Paradise survived that attack and began a journey to save Britain under the name Aisk. Yep, that was probably the key point. How do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly to make sure we're all on the same page. I hope you don't mind, Alchio, but it'll make things easier for us if we use the BC method of counting. 12,000 BC, the British Lostbelt, a world comprised solely of fairies, comes into existence. 11,000 BC, this is probably when the first great calamity struck. 6,000 BC, Britain's landmass grows out as far as what we call Scotland. The southern fairies encounter the northern fairies, who've been living off the woods formed on Albion's remains, and the War of Spring begins. After the war, the Rain clan and the Mirror clan build their own kingdoms where the war was fought. 4000 BC, the Fairy Paradise washes up at Orkney, which is summarily destroyed by the Clan Alliance. 2000 BC, the Northern Fairies arrived on British soil once again from Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clans if Ace hadn't stepped in to broker peace. The Northern Fairies are then welcomed into Britain as a new clan, the King Clan. 400 BC, the War of Autumn, the Round Table. A group of humans and human sympathizers begin an armed uprising in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Uther, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as their first king of Britain. But then in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroys the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Aisk is executed, and the Saviour is never seen in Britain again. And finally, we come to 1 BC. The year a great calamity wipes out most of the fairies in Britain and puts an end to the Fae era. That's our rough timeline of the major events of the Fae era based on all the information we have so far.
So, what's this key point you mentioned?
What else? The point where the timeline diverges into the first and second version. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes. And in 1 BC, it ultimately became a completely dead wasteland. There may have still been a few straggling survivors, but that land would never again gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I guess that for the next 2,000 years or so, it became a vast wasteland where lower-class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence-level existence with nothing in the way of civilization.
But if the Fairy of Paradise survives the attack in 4000 BC, then we get Fairy Britain we know now, huh? Gotcha. So she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right. Over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC. That's when the debt they incurred at Londinium finally caught up to them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. There was the Calamity of the Beast, which devoured the fairies' cities, and the Calamity of the Flame, which razed everything to the ground. According to the first Grimmer notes, those are the two calamities that ended the British Lostbelt. However,
we still don't know how she did it, but it was after that all went down that Morgan began a new era. She must have used a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn Tree of Emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lostbelt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain.
Yep. When she did, the fairies who'd nearly been driven to extinction came back as their next generation successors. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. That was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quaking in their boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's long-forgotten north, and storms came with her. Once again, the fairies banded together to try to kill her, but she was far stronger than all of them combined. And so the invader dominated all of Britain's ferries herself, and built the castle of Camelot beside and built the castle of Camelot beside the pit as her sign of dominance. And I clicked out. There we go. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the era of the High Queen, or 1 AD in proper human history. But, so what? However she might have ended up there, Morgan's still a threat to proper human history and must be stopped. So is another fairy of paradise like her. You're the only one who can defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be.
Right, I guess so. What do you think, Mash? Do you want to fight Morgan? I did think of Queen Morgan as a friend. But I'm still willing to fight her. I promised Bogart, Rob, Wag, Winky, and so many others that I would save the fairies of Britain. I'll try talking to her first, of course, but if she won't listen and fighting's our only option, then I won't hold back. I may be Ace the Savior's friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible.
Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell so we can get back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus, the others are probably worried about us. That's right, Habertrot is here too, Mash.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Habertrot, was it? You must be one of the fairies who's been helping Senpai on his journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Huh? Thanks, but you really don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride. Wait, what's going on? What's there to say? This is how it is. I mean, when I did say she and I were friends, or even... when did I say she and I were friends, or even acquaintances? I'm just a guide, that's all. And now that my job's done, I can go back to taking it easy.
Huh? Sure you did just kind of show up out of nowhere. And even though you've been great about keeping Yusuko's spirits up, we never did learn much about you. So why did you do all this? And how do you already know Grimmer?
Oh, that? He and I met here a long time ago, right, Grimmer? This is all part of your plan, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all this. Nice job, Habertrot. Everything's wrapped up nice and neat. See? I might just be a weak lower-class fairy, but I'm worried about Fairy Britain, too. Now, go on and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan.
Alright. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say no to those eyes. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea, you who were born to be selected to decide the fate of this land, and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins.
Yay, another bell. Huh. Man, going back was way easier than getting there.
Then I take it we're heading to Edinburgh next? Like we discussed in Orkney?
Yep. We gotta go talk to Nocna Riab. Last time she wouldn't even give us the time of day.
But now Ultra's the leader of the Round Table Army, and she's rung 4 of the Bells of Pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Nocna Riab are old friends, she should be more than willing to negotiate with us. Right, Altria? Huh? Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore?
Something on your mind?
Oh, I see. We already made it back. I guess I zoned out. So did the bell ring like it's supposed to? Am I any different now?
Don't worry, the bell rang nice and loud, and your spirit origin's definitely stronger. You might still be no match for Morgan, but no ordinary fairy stands a chance against you anymore.
Yep, Knocknariab shouldn't have any issue with forming an alliance with us now. So let's march right up to Edinburgh and get this anti-Queen coalition underway.
Hey, we're all happy.
An anti-Queen coalition, huh? True, if Knocknariab were willing to join us, we'd have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Brennall on her own for 2,000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so amazing in the eye. I really hope I can do this.
I like how Muramasa always knows that she's like... You can always tell what she's thinking, pretty much. It's like every time she tries to get... She starts having some of her own thoughts, so like, Muramasa can tell something's up with her, though. Hey! We got a skill upgrade. Removes buffs and then increase attack. Ooh. 3 turns and... Apply sacrifice for the world trees state. Applies guts. 1 time. Increase NP gauge when guts is activated. 1 time for yourself. Offer yourself as a sacrifice. Huh. Odd. Okay, we're on chapter 20. Of course, we are going to continue that too. But before I do that, I am going to, again, refill my drink. So be right back, folks. Wait, sorry about that. Let us continue. Chocolate Empire. Quite an alter ego, it seems.
I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones, too.
The harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky.
The signifier of the fairy's apology. The sound of a soul accepting its sins.
The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear.
Once all of them have rung.
Confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine.
And as for the fairy of paradise,
Having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home.
yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty I've been given. With all the magical energy I've stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit on this throne. That throne is a sign of my pilgrimage. That throne is a sign that my pilgrimage has ended. It's key to keeping Britain alive. Avalon Le Fay, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like the other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the staff of selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. I have been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain, or my king of knights self from proper human history. I'm neither a rebel nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I killed because of a war I began, I would still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. That's right. Defeating Morgan, the fairy of paradise who forsook her duty, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens after I do something I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do. I'm a fairy of paradise too. Is there anywhere I can call home?
Hello, everyone! Got back sooner than I expected, nay! The way you're standing there kind of reminds me of Benkei, Red Rabbit.
Huh? Senpai? Da Vinci? Who is that? And why does he look exactly like Red Hair? Oh, that's Red Rabbit. He's a fairy from the Lostbelt and one of our trusty companions. Don't worry, he won't bite. I see. Nice to meet you, Red Rabbit. My name's Mash Kyrieli. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure's all mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you. Nay.
Hang on, though. Weren't you supposed to wait for us in Edinburgh?
Yes, I was, but I'm not really one for staying put, no? I thought I might run into you all sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Shore, so I ran up here. Alright then, hop into the wagon. I'll make sure your ride to the Queen's City of Edinburgh is as smooth as it can be. Nay. That sounds great. I was just thinking I was sick of walking everywhere. That's the biggest downside of being summoned as a caster. Your legs get tired way too damn fast. One moment, please. I don't believe we met before. Oh, my name's Grimmer. I'm a friend of Yusaku's. A friend of Yusaku's? Then does that mean you're also from Propeller Humming?
Proper human history?
That's the one. Proper human history. Thank you, Mash. Any girl as thoughtful as you is especially welcome to ride on my wagon. Could I have a second, Mash? Try not to spoil Redra too much.
Alright, I'm still not sure what your relationships are to one another, but I'll do my best to be careful.
So, if you're both Yusuke's acquaintances from proper human history, Lord Muramasa, does that mean you and Lord Grimmer are the two horses of a mane, so to speak? Huh? I guess we're in the same category, technically. Why? Oh, it's nothing. My animal intuition tells me that the two of you are the best of friends. But I can't help but wonder which of you would win in a fight. Oh! What, you gotta ask? Me, of course. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ask any fool, and even they can tell you Grimmer'd be the clear winner. Ooh. This is Fate Stay Night vibes all over again, man. Exactly. Who gives a fig what a fool has to say? Alright, you get over here. I'll take it easy on you. Only use the back of my sword. Well, I'm impressed you can tell which is which. That thing's so dull it might as well be a club. The strongest duel. Alright, punk, you're going down! Oh boy. Let me guess. Oh look. Oh shit, Mash has Lord Camelot at level 5. Well, I'll just throw in this Mash. When can our Mash be NP5, huh? Let's wash them away. Doot. Because it's Shiro versus Ku again. That's a funny thing. Let's see. Give me a sec. Sorry about that.
And the winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid brawls.
This kind of matchup always ends up like this. Hang on, I didn't really lose. The only reason we technically lost is because Grimmer's so-called mage ass doesn't have a single support skill. How was I supposed to know you're such a crap warrior? You can't even defend yourself. Besides, when it comes to guts, I got enough for a boatload of Vikings.
Both of you shut up and get on the wagon. We need to get to Edinburgh today, damn it.
They're both like, ah. They just obediently do it now.
Well, that worked better than I thought. Anyway, assuming Grimmer's wolves are walking. The wagon only holds 6 people, and there's 7 of us now. Want me to follow along on my skates?
That's okay, I'll just ride on Red Rabbit's back. You don't mind, right, Red Rabbit? No, that should be fine. A little fairy like you won't affect my performance at all.
But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run alongside the wagon instead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. Alright, let's go, Yusuke. I know there used to be a village in Edinburgh a long time ago, but I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Of course, given Nocna Riab's distaste for humans, I doubt it'll be more than a handful of people at the campsite. Alright, we're in Edinburgh now. Ooh, I know what to do here. There's a ruler and a berserker. Okay, where is Space Ishtar again?
Attention citizens of Edinburgh. Lady Nocta Riab has returned to our fair city for a temporary respite. She will be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart for the front lines. Main street vendors may remain open for business after sundown. Do not let the city's lamp lights die out. Remember, Lady Nocta Riab loves this nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King Clan! Glory to Edinburgh, the Queen's city! Woohoo! At long last, time for war. I can't wait. I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the south. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King Clan now. I still can't believe how generous Lady Nocta Riab was to share her power with a good-for-nothing like me. I'd do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourselves next to nothing. For next to nothing.
Do you have the latest daily report? May I see it? 29th military training exercise complete. The victory bell rings for the north. Even as I write these words, I cannot help but tremble with the sheer might of the King Clan's army. Even the giant troops whose lack of expertise we feared might hold our forces back, have become exceptional soldiers. If the way these fine warriors make quick work of large moors is any indication, Camelot's ramparts won't stand a chance. According to First Captain Gerbay, our army could easily overthrow Camelot if they were to march out today. Once the fighting began, it would be over in more than 3 or 4 days at most. The last part's a little worrying, but Lady Nocta Riab's going to be on the front line herself, right? We can't lose then. Besides, our queen would never pick a fight she knew she couldn't win.
Lady Nocta Riab can always use another pair of hands. Soldiers, medics, clerics, transport, production. We need all the help we can get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All we want to see from you is motivation. And if you know anyone afflicted with more sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know because I was once infected myself. Lady Nocta Riab doesn't discriminate between upper and lower class like Morgan. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. That is why the leader of our very own King Clan, who believes in all of her citizens equally, should be the next king of Britain. Whoa.
Wow.
The whole empire is standing Nocta Riab with all her might.
I can't believe it. This, the northern village? It's even more developed than Salisbury. What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the era of the High Queen?
I know how you feel. I was shocked the first time I came here, too. My past self's notes said the Northern Fairies used to be basically a small group of nomads. I guess Mab, the King Clan's last queen, must have been one hell of a leader. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivals Edinburgh in proper human history. And a city that's home to Northern Fairies as well as the fairies who migrated here from the south to boot. I don't know where you get off looking so smug about that. You've got nothing to do with your success. Still, there's no denying this is one hell of a city. Everything from the foot traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. I see there's a big cathedral here, too.
Yep, there's a beautiful church called the St. Gilles Cathedral in our world's Edinburgh, too. It's probably another one of those human history conversion things. That said, the Edinburgh and proper human history and the one here are built on very different ground. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on top of a rocky mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Calton Hill or Arthur's Seat here either. Hey Mash, do you know what Arthur's Seat is? I've only read about it, but yes, in proper human history, Arthur's Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it to look out over the land, thus the name. I see. There sure are a lot of legends about King Arthur, huh? Yep, he's spread up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some other notable ones include Winchester, Glastonbury, and Tintagel in Cornwall. So, getting back to our negotiations with Dr. Riab, they did say she was back here now, didn't they? So that probably means she's in the palace then, right? Shall we just barge in there now?
Yeah, okay. I guess Dr. Riab is technically our enemy. She's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that thought for a minute, okay? Hey, Yusuke, I think Alcha's doing her headstrong thing again. Now, what do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her. She's shaking.
A head-on clash with Dr. Riab, huh? Now I'll finally get to let all those years of pent-up frustration with her.
Oh god. She's got like I bet she's got like hidden malice. Eyewitness report, savage child of prophecy spotted shadowboxing in the streets. She's shadowboxing? What the fuck? What if we asked to meet with Dr. Riab and said we were a group of her fans? Great, now you're being weird too. Have you not been sleeping or something?
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion. But it looks like we have, company. They clearly have us surrounded now. We may have no choice but to fight.
Yeah, finally we have Mash, the straight man here again. We're all being doofuses.
There, you see? I knew that stuff about law and order in the city was all a load of bunk. Then again, attacking outsiders without even a word of warning is just the kind of thing an experimentation run by Dr. Riab. Alright everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through this dragnet, we'll storm our way right into the castle.
Thank you for coming, Lady Ultra. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. Yeah, you want to finish that thought? I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'll kindly follow me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Dr. Riab right now.
What?
What? Oh right, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. It said, Dear Dr. Riab, the Queen of the North, get ready to see me because I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers. And of course, since I wrote in such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not long after. It said, I am prepared to welcome the child of prophecy in a manner befitting a king. Best wishes. I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve their problems with violence. But it seems Queen Dr. Riab is much more sophisticated than I realized. Nay.
Okay, if she's extended us an invitation, I guess we should take her up on it.
I like how she easily gets flustered.
Huh, she actually accepted the invitation? She didn't try to kick in the front gate? Really? Oh crap! All of you get out of here! Take the back entrance. I want you out of this room in 2 seconds.
Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago you were giddily talking about knocking the child of prophecy down a few pegs. And showing her that ringing 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make her a match for you.
Change of plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon?
Oh, you're still worried about your reputation? Isn't it at the same level as an apple that missed harvest season? Oof.
What's that? You're saying my rep already fell from the tree and is rolling in the mud? I thought your way of asking for 100 lashes?
Okay, you heard her. Everybody out! My apologies for keeping you waiting. The Queen will see you in the cathedral now. Huh, and the mind games drag on.
Well, how bold of you to just waltz in here like this, Altria. Does this mean you finally scrounged up a bit of manners, guts, and confidence, then? You're not fooling anyone, Nocmaria. We can hear your soldiers scrambling to get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. Those are my footsteps, no one else's, and I won't hear one more word about it. 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm not surprised to see Oberon. I'm not surprised to see Oberon's not with you, but what about that other girl? You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out full of my chocolate. Gareth, right? Gareth, I mean, Lady Gareth stayed in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming all the way out here just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Well, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory.
Oh my god, chocolate factory.
Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I know how you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well that the North belongs to the King clan, and that trespassing is prohibited no matter what your reasons might be. Honestly, what are you, some bandits hiding out in the mountains? I guess you have still yet to learn your place.
Would you have given us your permission if we asked? I just thought that.
Huh. Yab, why did you freeze like that? I'm not frozen. I swear, what are those guards thinking? How could they let a human into my cathedral? I'll have to give an extra special reward for this later. Oh, now I see.
Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it sounds like you already know that Orkney's bell has been rung. Good, that saves the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney's bell used to belong to the Rain clan. But now the Rain clan is gone, the King clan are the bell's de facto guardians, as well, you know. That means to an outsider, which is to say, from Morgan's perspective, it looks like the King clan has officially recognized the Child of Prophecy. What do you make of that?
What do I make of it? Hang on, who are you?
My name's Grimmer. Well, technically I'm the second to bear that name, but that's neither here nor there. I've been watching over Orkney's bell on behalf of Merlinus Ambrosius.
Crap, I almost forgot. When Queen Maeve and Koyuma mix.
Oh man, you're right!
Aha, so you're Grimmer the Sage. The last queen told me you're a cold-blooded bastard, but you'd be bound to show up eventually. You once taught Ix to save your magecraft, right? I see. If you're here, then I guess this so-called savior must be the real deal, after all. Huh. Is that all you have to say, Naknariab? I mean, this Grimmer, you know, you don't feel any connection to his spirit origin. What are you talking about? You there. Do we have a connection?
Nope, sure don't. You're Naknariab, the proud queen of the North. You care far more about your life and destiny here than you do any silly ties from human history. Speaking personally, I for one couldn't be happier about that last part.
Is that so? I don't know what that's all about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Anyway, that aside, Grimmer is right. Now that Orkney's bell has been rung, I don't have a lot of options here. Just as Morgan sent me a final warning. It said, kill the Child of Prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returns from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King clan null and void. The end. A treaty with the previous head of the King clan? What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the Child of Prophecy, there will be a war. Of course, I was always planning to fight Morgan at some point, so that part's fine. The only problem is you, Altria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, ring at least 2 bells, and learn to carry myself in a manner befitting the Child of Prophecy, right? Well, well, if you can rattle all that off so readily, I must have really gotten to you. I'm glad I took the time to deal with you before. Yes, those are my conditions, and you've met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. That is why you came to Edinburgh in the first place, right? An alliance between the King clan and the Child of Prophecy, I like it.
Well, that was easy.
It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Yusaku. Naknariab would never make things that easy. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. Hey, I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might smell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft, but I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're going to join me, you need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey me my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome to join my alliance forces, so as far as the Round Table Army's humans go, I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure to be much happier that way, since those pathetic useless humans will be the first to die when the fighting starts anyway. Wait, Yusaku, you don't have to say anything. Nocniriab, the Round Table Army is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey you is the day apples start falling back up into their trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. So how about it? You and me, fairy to fairy, unless of course you're too chicken to face me. You're on. This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain. A fight for the throne, our pride and beauty itself. I swear in the name of the previous queen that I will face you alone on fair ground, fairy to fairy. The winner takes command of all our combined armed forces, and the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And as a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mage as her spouse.
Wait, what?
What? I missed that last condition, but fine, whatever you say.
Uh-oh, no. Mash's jealousy is gonna kick in.
So, how are we gonna do this? Another chess match? Don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the entire British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle fought for pride and beauty around here. Valentine Mab Match, the ancient traditional art of fire confectionery.
Valentine Mab Match?
What? Huh? You mean you don't know about it? I see. You really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Knock it off with the yokel digs already! Besides, we country girls are tough cookies! Excuse me, I wasn't originally going to say anything, since these negotiations are between Altria and Nocniriab. But now that the stakes have become personal for Chaldea, I have to ask, what exactly does a mad match entail? Huh? That girl's got as much magical energy as a Tam Lin, but she's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. Is she the one from Sheffield? Very well, I'll ignore your impertinence this one time. The Mab Match is the last will and testament of the King clan's previous leader, Queen Mab. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable looking chocolate shall be queen. Pretty sweet, right? And I, Devil Karen, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge.
Damn, alright. What the what? Wait. That was the roided out Hercules from the Epic of Remnant thing. I forgot what he was called. I forgot what the Hercules was called. Hello, iZero. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Oh. No, it's gonna crash again. No! Oh.
そこ。
Can you loop with NP1 Spishstar? I think so? I can't really tell because I got mine in P3. But I think, you know, I think you should be able to. I think my friend Hana has NP1. She was able to loop with it no problem, I think. I think it's just a matter of like damage output for the NP levels, really, I think. Damn, completely destroyed. Uh-oh. I thought I turned you off. Alright. Alright.
It seems these would-be contenders have what it takes to compete. As the Chocolate Fairy, I declare this mab match is now officially underway. The taste testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will then contestants will have until then to prepare their chocolate. Both contestants must use their cooking facilities provided in this cathedral and may employ up to one fairy assistant. Any questions? None here. I can't wait to get started since I already have someone in mind to give this chocolate to. I'm going to make the best chocolate anyone will taste all year, and it'll be better than anything Glow Sister has to offer. Hang on, are we really doing this? What in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. This has been the law of the land in Edinburgh for the past 1600 years.
There's no such rule in real life, Edinburgh.
Alright, Lady Altria, you take the Star Kitchen. Lady Knocknariab, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of the Lady Altria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the Chalk-testants.
Chalk-testants, I can't.
Well, they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk outside the kitchens if you like. Alright, enjoy your chocolate making, and remember, fortune smiles on those with truly strong hearts. Well, at least I was nice of them to reserve rooms for us, but...
She's all nervous again. Mash? I wish so. Hey, Mash, once we're done talking here...
I know. You'd like me to assist Altria in her chocolate duel, right? I may be a demi-servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. That would be great. Thanks for doing this. But before you get started, I'd like to go over everything we've learned so far, just us Chaldeans. You really told us about what happened after you were sent to the past in Norwich, of course. But I still want to hear what happened to you before then, and fill you in on what's happened with us. And this should be a good place for a private chat, especially since Muramasa and Grim are in another room. So that's what happened to you after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester, and the Lake District, plus everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here, too, and as a count of all things, I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Unfortunately, Pepper's not the only cryptor here. We saw Beryl and Camelot, too. Though it sounds like though you were actually the first to run into him here. That's right. I saw him in Sheffield. That was when... You lost the Black Beryl, huh? Beryl probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. All the time and effort you and Sion spent on it, and I just left it there.
Don't worry, we can always get it back.
Again, I'm so sorry. If only I'd... Hey, you still didn't have your memories back after the Nameless Woods ordeal, right? Then there's no way you could have known. Don't worry about the Black Beryl. We can always track it down. The important thing is that you are still alive. Unfortunately, it looks like we won't even need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but...
Machines don't work well here anyway, for that matter.
Yep, we have something even better than the Black Beryl now. What do you mean? Are Director Gordolf and Holmes coming to help us in the Shadow Border? No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mash. The Orkneys may not be working right now, but their spirit organ's putting out more power than it ever has. It's probably the Tam Lin rules at work. Barghest and the others were gifted the Round Table Knights' names. But you're gifted with Tam Lin Galahad's name on top of already borrowing his power, giving you effectively a double Galahad bonus. No wonder you were able to go toe-to-toe with Lancelot. You're basically a high servant now, a peerless warrior even amongst peerless warriors. You can feel that too as our master, right, Yusaku?
Yep, my Kohai is a sight to behold.
I see. Well, then, I'll do my very super best to help.
Hey, we're gonna go look around the city. You guys want to come? Of course. Altria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands. So we gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci?
I'm going to sit this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report.
Say, where's Mash? Isn't she with you? Altria needed Mash's amazing chocolate-making skills more than we did. Gotcha. Sounds like she's got a real shot at winning then. If it came to it, I was thinking I'd make the chocolate myself, but maybe now I won't need to. You're way too easy on Altria, you know that? Is that any way for one of the foreign god's disciples to conduct himself? Shut up, you blue-haired dillweed. I still owe her my life for saving me from that auction. Besides, I gotta be asking you why you're so easy on Nakna Riab. She look like a friend of yours or something? Actually, yes. Even though she's the spitting image of her, they're completely different people. Nakna Riab's been living her own life free of influence from any human history connections. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her. I swear, I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right? You don't say. So the last queen, Mab, disappeared in the era of the High Queen 400, and Nakna Riab born 100 years ago in the era of the High Queen 1900. So this city went without a leader for about 1500 years, huh? That's right. I thought it was strange when I first heard about this, too. But apparently the Northern Fairies continued to live by the past queen's teachings even after she was gone. They say she told them that a new king and clan fairy would be born again one day, and that they were to obey Morgan until that day came. So what happened to the Northern Fairies after Nakna Riab was born? They went right back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since. For 100 years, Nakna Riab has been teaching the Northern Fairies order and discipline, gradually turning them into a real army. When Ainsel predicted the Child of Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Nocta Riyab went ballistic upon hearing the news too, at least on the inside. She was probably all... I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way am I letting some podunk backwater fairy beat me to the punch. Ah, now I gotcha. So that's why Altry and the Queenie hit it off so well. Hit it off? Are you sure you don't mean bicker? I mean they both know what it's like to bear the weight of crushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without... Let me see. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They might be in completely different circumstances, but they're still equals where it counts. The way I see it, things are gonna work out no matter who wins this contest, so let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you sure know a whole lot of things, don't you, Grimmer? Anything else you know but haven't shared? Like, say, why this place is called the Queen City? I don't know where the name comes from, but I already told you everything I could. Huh. We're a long ways from the main road now, aren't we?
Oh, hey guys. You out for a walk too? I don't blame you. Not much to do up in our hotel room after all.
We thought we would take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since we almost never come this far north. Nay. Did you guys see anything unusual? No, not really. What's with you, Redra? Not like you to be so hedgy. Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but... there seem to be a lot more Wind Clan fairies here than I was expecting. Oh, are you guys new here? Welcome to the Edinburgh Development Ward. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Nocta Riyab's power live. Still, we're all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they are just tents. In the meantime, I'm sure Lady Nocta Riyab will make you guys into King Clan fairies once the war against Queen Morgan is over. So go ahead and put your tent up wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Moore's disease isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. What's Moore's disease? Ah, is that a human? What in the world were you thinking bringing a human into Edinburgh of all places? If Nocta Riyab finds out about this, he'll all be... Wait, don't tell me. Are you guys also... No, we're travelers. We're just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please, don't worry about us. I see. Guess I better get going then. Sorry for taking up your time. No way that guy actually lives around here. There's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of Morgan's spies. A lot of room for rats like that in a city this big. Should we tell Nocta Riyab about him? Don't bother. We can't snitch on our resident on Muramasa's hunch alone. For that matter, have you noticed how all the fairies in this ward have scars on their shins? I'm guessing they're either refugees from the south, fairies who lost their purpose, or fugitives who fled the south. So this town's full of criminals, huh? I guess Nocta Riyab's either really magnanimous, or she's really big on cheap labor. Maybe it's both. Every fairy becomes land when they die, regardless of what they were like in life. So having more fairies live here means that her territory will eventually expand. Nay. That must be how Edinburgh grew to this scale in 1600 years since Queen Mab disappeared.
Then something doesn't add up. If fairies have been living up here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain unchanged since the Fae era? Could this city be... I wouldn't put it past Mab to do that. Turning a desolate wasteland into a prosperous city in a single generation, her next generation being born 100 years ago. I knew it. Now it's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her alone all this time. If she plays her cards wrong, Nocta Riyab can end up becoming a calamity herself.
Abatrot?
Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that can actually be the case. Anyway, let's head back, Red Rabbit. It's all wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway.
I see. And I take it you're going to ride on my back again? I was the one who said it wouldn't be any trouble, but that was before I knew you were much, much heavier than you look.
Yeah, that's because I got substance where it counts. Just you wait. Once I eventually grow up, old Happy Cat's gonna have the most banging bod you've ever seen.
Aren't you the type of fairy who never gets any older?
Anyway, I wouldn't wander around here too much if I were you either, Yusaku. I don't know why Naknoriab let you off the hook, but if you run away in any northern fairies with long memories, they won't think twice about ganging up on you.
Oh yeah, I guess you know more about that than I do, since I only have the first Grimmer's notes to go off of. Tell us something, Habitrot. The Northern Fairies used to be the first group of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War of Summer and such. So why does Dr. Riab hate them so much now? I was wondering about that too.
What, you mean you don't even know that? Alright, I guess I can tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago during the War of Summer in the Fey Era 2000. Queen Mab invaded Britain from the western island and drove the other clans to the brink of extinction. Word has it that Ace then stepped in, convinced Mab to back down and reconcile with the clans, and had her and her people officially recognized as the King Clan. But that's not exactly the whole truth. For one thing, Mab would never agree to reconcile with the clans when her victory was already assured.
Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me.
Yep, Mab snatched defeat from the jaws of victory right at the very end when her human right-hand man and husband betrayed her. And of course, Ace wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. She backed Mab into a corner while she was already writhing in pain and gave her the thrashing of her life. Then she made her swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again.
When it rains, it pours, huh? I know that kind of underhanded tactic is par for the course when it comes to war, but still. Snort. No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she wants to wipe them all out. Nay. Nah, Edinburgh never be this grand of a city if she just wanted to wipe humans out. I think the real question that story raises is, why was she writhing in pain? Okay, no battles here again. Whew. That night in Yusuke's room. I wonder who could that be? Come in. Figure be mash.
Excuse me, Senpai. I'm back on temporary reprieve from chocolate duty. But this chocolate battle is very heated, so I can't stay long.
Heated, huh? I think I can guess how things are going.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer a question for me. What shape do you think would be best for chocolate?
Well, taking that Ultra as a beginner into consideration, I think I'd have to say something standard.
I knew it! Thank you, Senpai. This is very helpful. Okay, I better get back to the battlefield. Sleep well, Senpai.
Now who is it? Come in. Woohoo! What the fuck? It's okay, human. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm Aiken, Lady Naknariab's faithful soldier. Aiken, Lady Naknariab has just finished the 8th step of her chocolate recipe and is currently taking a break. Once she's finished, she'll be up all night working on steps 9 through 19. How many steps are there? But for now, she'd like someone to talk to while she takes her break. Yes, of course, I mean you. There's no one else in this room. Just accept that there's no getting out of this and come with me, and don't even think about trying to escape by jumping out the window. Oh god, I'm being dragged out. Needless to say, a fairy in Lady Nocta Riab's position has many things to consider at all times, so this break she's taking is on a strictly need-to-know basis. There won't be any guards keeping watch. This is as far as I go, too. Don't worry, Lady Nocta Riab's hatred of humans may be famous, but she's still not as unreasonable as a night call. As long as you hold your breath, keep quiet, stay perfectly still, and never speak except to agree with her, you might make it out of there alive. Alright then, good night and good luck. Huh.
There you are. I didn't expect you to come alone. Have you been enjoying the Edinburgh nightscape? You may not be as fancy as Gloucester, but I'd like to think our main street is still a pretty sight.
Just a little bit on the way here.
Oh, what am I saying? Of course you did. I can tell from that sparkle in your eyes. That's the look of someone who picked up a beautiful insect-threaded scarf before stopping by a cafe for a chocolate-infused cocktail. My Edinburgh really is the best, isn't it? Just look at how it's even entranced the foreign mage with its charms. But I digress. I invited you here for a very specific reason. Tell me about the outside world, what Morgan called proper human history. I don't care about it, of course, but as the Queen of the Northern Fairies, I need to at least be familiar with it. Or are you so scared to be here without your companions that you can't even speak? Foreign mage or not, you're still just a weak little human after all. You can never be the one to make a call about whether to leak classified info to an enemy on your own.
Okay, let me start with Chaldea. I'm like, okay, sure, why not? And that's about the long and short of it.
Hang on, you covered all that stuff so eloquently that it was so easy to follow along. I need to stop here for a moment, though. I need to process all of that. Okay, there's Chaldea, heroic spirits, Lostbelt, proper human history. Okay, I basically got it. Looks like there's not much point in thinking about this stuff now, is there? This is the kind of thing I can worry about after Morgan's been defeated, right?
Exactly. There's no need to get into it now.
That's fine, then. Thanks for the valuable info. You have my gratitude. The gratitude of a queen. A good ruler does more than just wage war with their enemies, you know. They also need a plan to rule their nation after they've won. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothingness. There's actually a much larger world out there beyond the water. Of course, fairies typically hide in the woods and don't mesh well with the human world. But with the right motivation, there are a lot of ways to get around that. I can't believe there's still so much to do even after things are wrapped up here. I can't wait to get started.
Are you talking about invading other countries?
That's right. If there's another world that's rich in resources, I'll have to make another Western island. And pay this. You called it North America, right? A little visit.
Pay North America. Oof.
I guess that means you and I will be enemies again when that happens. That should be fun.
She really is just like Maeve.
There, you just made that face again, just like the one you did when you made that weird comment about my chocolate fields. Why is that? Is there a version of me in your world too, or something? Wait, Atsukola, don't answer that. I really, really want to know about this other me, but if I find out now, it's going to make me throw a tantrum.
Oh crap, now I really want to tell her.
Ew, that was close, but I managed to preserve my queenly dignity.
I don't think that's...
Dignity! Preserved, because if anyone saw that, I'd have them executed before they can tell anyone.
I saw nothing, Your Majesty.
Very good, a perfect response. Still, maybe I should at least ask you this. Let's say another version of me did exist in your world, in her final moments. Was she not betrayed by her lover? Did she remain a cold-blooded queen to the end?
The cause you were fighting for aside, you were awesome.
I see. Well, of course I was. There's no way I, of all people, would ever die of a broken heart. So what kind of valiant warrior defeated me? He must have been a really strong fairy, right? Huh? Cheese? As in the stuff we make from sheep's milk and eat with bread? Huh, so there's a cheese fairy in your world. Maybe they're related to Ike and Drum.
The cheese was just a method. A human slung it. Uh-oh.
So, that other me was killed by a human? That's what you're telling me? Did you just take all that trouble to tell me such a ridiculous story, even knowing how much I hate humans?
Oh, sorry. Bug flying around here. It's how that particular queen met her end.
Are you kidding me? You can't say that kind of thing with a straight face. It's a total mood killer. Then again, it was a human that was responsible for the last queen's downfall too. I guess when you're big enough, even a little pebble can trip you up. Thinking about it that way, I could see my other self getting killed by a human. And hey, at least she wouldn't have to put up with any weird curses afterwards.
If you don't mind my asking about the last queen.
That's right. Losing her lover hurt her so badly that she couldn't fight anymore, which led to Ace beating her. Mab put too much trust in humans. She thought they were the same as her, and she loved them too much. She charged onto the battlefield with her most beloved soldier by her side. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't quite make it to the end. Just when they'd won their final battle against the clans, Mab turned, intending to celebrate with him, only to see her beloved draw his final breath. It's no surprise, really. Of course, a mere human could never keep up with a fairy, let alone an A-ray like Mab. But he still promised to stay with her, and he broke that promise. That was his betrayal. That was when Mab lost the will to fight. The moment she realized how foolish she had been, and how much that soldier really loved her. Still, her broken heart was all healed up by the time the era of the High Queen came around, and she soon set her sights on ruling all of Britain. Mab then retired after she built Edinburgh, and no new King Clan fairies were born after a long time. She left the hole for about 1500 years until I came along and filled it. I'm the second King Clan fairy ever. I inherited Mab's power, and I'm truly worthy of being queen. I am a truly great fairy. I hate humans because they're useless at war. I'm not going to make the same mistake Mab did. I'm going to defeat Morgan with my clan alone. That's why I don't need Altria's roundtable army getting in my way. It's an eyesore at best. I'd make your peace soon if I were you. Once I win tomorrow's duel, all humans will be mine to do with as I please. And I'm going to put you all to work in my nice, safe chocolate factory with full benefits until the day you die.
I'm not worried. Altria's going to win. Besides, humans aren't as fragile as you think, Nocno Riab.
Okay, break's over. I'd better get back to work. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Yusaku. This is the last time you'll have it, after all.
What a long night. Now who isn't? Come in. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Made you look. You totally thought I was knocking on your door, didn't you? Well, this time I came in through the window. Oberon? Easy there, keep your voice down. It's very late, you know. And what's more, I'm traveling incognito today. If anyone asks, I was never here, okay? Why incognito, you ask? Okay, it's partly because I got tired of being the Roundtable Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. Really, though, it's that the Fairy King never stays in one place for too long. And the real reason is that I was worried about you guys. I mean, we're all friends now, right? Of course I'm going to worry about you. So on that note, I hope you don't mind that I'm here. So, good evening, Yusuke. Congratulations on ringing the 4th bell. We can hear it all the way back in Londinium. The Round Table Army's morale has never been higher. Percival's made a seat at the table for any Fang Clan fairies who want to come over from Oxford. Garrett's been having a great time in Londinium with the kids. They just finished tilling a new field, in fact. Spriggan seems to be up to something, which worries me, I admit. But all in all, the South has been relatively stable so far. Of course, whether it stays that way is all up to you guys. You're here to talk to Nocta Riab, right? I've been hearing rumors about tomorrow's Mab match all throughout the city. If Nocta Riab joins forces with the Child of Prophecy, that'd be a huge boost to our chances against Camelot. Once Nocta Riab agrees to an alliance and Ultra rings Oxford's bell, we can begin our attack on Camelot in around 3 days. What about the 6th bell? I'm sorry, I've been looking everywhere for it, but still no luck. Still, the bells of pilgrimage are meant to show that the clans have recognized the Child of Prophecy. And since the last one, the Mirror Clan is gone now, there arguably isn't much point in ringing theirs. So I think just 5 bells ought to be enough. I hope you're right, but... Something bothering you? Ultra's been getting more stressed with every bell she rings. I see. Well, that makes sense. You know how she gets stronger every time she rings a bell? At first I thought that meant she was growing. But I realized that it's actually more, unlocking her latent power. I think the Fairy of Paradise is probably born with her true power essentially bound. And the bells of pilgrimage are a means to break those bonds. They probably also want to restore the knowledge and memories she's always had, but were locked away all this time. Every time Ultra rings a bell, she learns more about her duty and her destiny. Now that she's rung 4 of them, she's probably a completely different person from who she was when we met her in the Nameless Woods. How so? By now, she must have a much stronger sense of duty, and I'm sure her priorities have shifted a lot too. She's probably making decisions based on what the Child of Prophecy should be doing rather than what she herself actually wants. Am I wrong? I actually don't think that part of her has changed too much. I don't know. If anything, I think she's being more true to herself than ever. I actually don't think that part of her has changed too much. Is that so? Well, in this case, I guess it's a good thing she's so naturally stubborn. Still, I can tell you're concerned about her, and that you're keeping your concerns to yourself so as not to worry her. Do you remember what I said before? In this Lostbelt, you and I are just bystanders. Our role here is to see how things play out. Of course, I remember that. Well, it's still true. We can't save Britain, and we can't save Altria from her destiny. Once we acquire a means of fighting the foreign god, the best thing we can do is put this place behind us. That being said, I really respect your determination and your commitment. And I'm not just talking about the Chaldea, I'm talking about every step you've taken to get here. Once Morgan's been defeated, if you still want to save Britain, no, if you still want to help Altria, I'll support you however I can, even if it means going well out of your way before helping proper human history. Do you think it's okay to say how I really feel? Of course it is. When you get right down to it, the only ones who can really do big things are those who work hard for what it is they want. Trust me, I've come this far on my own too, so I have some idea what that feels like. I mean, you've been working so hard for so long, I think you're entitled to put at least 1/10 of that effort into indulging yourself. But if I do that... Altria's another matter, though. I have no intention of indulging her. You know how she's incredibly competitive, but has almost no self-esteem. Not a great combination. If we don't keep her in line with her sense of duty, she's liable to go completely off the rails. You really are hard on Altria, aren't you, Oberon? Of course I am! You would be too if you spent as much time worrying about her as I do, only to have her go and do something you've never expected. I don't even know how many times I had to pull strings from behind the scenes anymore. Ugh, if only she'd grown up more like a docile princess and less like a wild boar. I mean, I'm sorry, that's a more personal preference thing than anything else. Honestly, well, I think Altria's just fine the way she is. There's certainly never a dull moment when she's around. Well, now I know he really does like her. Anyway, that's enough chatter for today. In fact, crap, I've been talking too long. I need to be back in Londinium by morning, or they'll know I skived off. Bye! Are you sure Altria isn't near Titania? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for her, even now. But even in a story with a guaranteed happy ending, she's only the smallest of bit players. She's a convenient plot device, forgotten as soon as it's no longer needed. No one ever gave her a thought to her happiness when all was said and done. But that's life. That's the life of a side character. You can't stop to worry about every little thing, or the whole world will fall apart. You can't expect what kind of imagination from a reader, or even the playwright writing their script. Besides, it's all just a fairy tale. She was born to be forgotten with the turn of a page. But it's okay. My queen is the sort of woman who My queen is the sort of woman who shouldn't ever actually exist. Huh. That's just some heavy stuff here. Huh. Wait, why is there lobsters there?
Good day, distinguished guests, and thank you all for coming. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Valentine Mab match to determine which of these two fairies is prouder, more dignified, and just overall better than the other.
Hey, I see cheese. This isn't quite what I expected.
In the Moon Kitchen, we have Lady Nocta Riab, leader of the Northern Fairies and daughter of the last queen.
Damn. Is all that chocolate she's carting around behind her... is that all the chocolate she's carting around her behind... I'm sorry. Damn. Is that all the chocolate she's carting around behind her? There's enough there to make a chocolate Orkney.
In the Star Kitchen, we have Lady Altria, the child of prophecy, who has made even Queen Morgan sit up and take notice.
Uh-oh. Is that stuff she's carting around really... Uh-oh. Is that stuff she's carting behind her really chocolate? Even Masha's shield looks more appetizing.
Are both contestants ready? You have 1 hour to complete your finishing touches here in the cathedral. Remember, chocolate is toxic. Be sure to go out with a fiery finish.
Mash and Altria and then... Versus is like a fighting game now. There they go.
Please direct your attention to Lady Nocta Riab in the Moon Kitchen. As you can see, she is both calm and unhurried, even as she remains constantly in motion. A sure sign of someone with eyes on the prize. When I stopped by her kitchen this morning for a comment, she said, and I quote, "My chocolate isn't merely a delicacy, it's art designed to melt your very soul." And looking at how it's coming along now, I believe it. I only wish all of you in the mezzanine could see this too. We can't even see it from the ground floor. Don't you have any screens around here? Unfortunately, only those in the box seats can see the action unfold for themselves. If that interests you, you can always reserve one for the next MAB match for 60,000 more pounds.
10 times the price of the mezzanine seats, Sounds fair.
Next, please direct your attention to Lady Altria and her dazzling collaboration with her assistant in the Star Kitchen. Is that a cake? I've never seen such wonderfully intricate decorations on one before. Her assistant is practically glowing with magical energy. I mean, sheer concentration. In the midst of all this chaos, she's adding details down to the millimeter. What an absolute madwoman. We may have a dark horse on our hands. Word on the street was that Lady Nocta Riab was a shoo-in to win, but at this stage, it looks like the odds may actually be favoring the Star. Wow, it already looks good enough to eat. You really are great at this, Mash. Okay, now to add a pinch of my secret ingredient. Yeah!
Oh no.
Are you an idiot? I do beg your pardon. Please continue to enjoy this, unique form of chocolate making.
Oh, wait, don't tell me Altria added something stupid. Oh. So should we just run for it now? So we should just run for it now, right? No, I can't believe I'm saying this either, but we still don't know how this is gonna go. Valentine chocolate's more about feeling than flavor, right? So there's a chance she could pull ahead. Flavor's pretty important too, though.
Time's up! Alright, contestants, let's see what you've got. First up, Lady Nocta Riab in the Moon Kitchen.
At least show us what the cake looks like.
Magnificent, truly magnificent. The sheer artistry and technical skill on display is a sight to behold. This chocolate Edinburgh castle with a special 19-layer coating perfectly captures the dignity of a queen. If ever there was a chocolate to take its recipient's breath away, this is it. Though I think actually receiving this could be a bit too much in more ways than one. It's all true, of course, but there's no need to be that effusive with your praise. I couldn't have done this without my capable assistant, Aiken Drum. Thank you, Lady Nocta Riab. Now, it's time to see what Lady Altria has made in the Star Kitchen. I can't imagine why you've made such a bold choice for your chocolate, but let's see it anyway.
What?
It looks good, but I don't know if it's enough to beat that castle.
No, it can't be.
What the meow? What's the meaning of this?
Who? What's with this reaction?
I understand how you feel, everyone. I'm right there with you myself. But as your MC and as judge, it falls on me to be the first to say this, so I will. What an incredible shape! It's smooth, plump, and it seems to be practically pulsing with warmth. Now that's what I call a Valentine. We are all witness to the birth of an all-new chocolate design.
How is that new?
Huh? Woohoo!
What power, what strength! I can feel my blood boiling with excitement just looking at it.
I simply have to ask you, Lady Altria, how did you come up with this design? Why did you abandon that lovely cake your assistant made in favor of this? That shape is the Northern Fairy's most venerated symbol. It means prove thyself the strongest. What made you think to use it for your chocolate? Are you some kind of genius? Oh no, definitely not. Mash just told me how to make it, that's all. She said it also represents the heart, even though it looks nothing like a real one. It says it's so simple to make, it's easy to put your own heart and soul into it. Easy to put your heart and soul into? What a beautiful expression. I can't believe I've all fairies forgot about the single most important thing that goes into chocolate. That's right. It doesn't matter how expensive your ingredients are or how fancy the brand is. What truly matters is the feelings you put into it. While Lady Nocta Riab's chocolate is undoubtedly more beautiful to look at, and surely more delicious. There's no question that Lady Altria's chocolate is the clear winner when it comes to sheer passion. And as of this moment, I have nothing but the highest respect for her. And so we have our winner, Lady Altria of the Star Kitchen. What? Do I gotta taste test it? At least taste test it. That's it, Altria. You finally found your own forte. Taking credit as her mentor despite being completely uninvolved. Well, I'll be damned. I have no idea you had an ace like that up your sleeve. Would you consider selling me the rights to that idea? You did it, Altria. It's all thanks to you, Mash. This makes the 212 practice chocolates we made worth it. Wait a second. Do fairies not know what a heart shape is? Sure looks that way. Either that, or they just don't associate that symbol with the heart or soul. I mean, just look at Nocnaria's magical energy aura. Alright, she can't see it herself, can she? This doesn't make any sense. The council should have won no matter how you slice it. How'd they make that into some kind of feel-good story? Now, let's just call this a one-of-a-kind fluke victory. Besides, knowing Nocnariab, I'm sure it'll be a matter of time until she incorporates heart shapes into her next beautiful Huh? Wait. Why is it pulsating? Hey, Altria, how come your chocolate looks like it's pounding? Did you do something to it? Just to be sure, it's not about to explode, is it? Of course not. Not even Altria would mistake gunpowder for... No! For sugar. Nope, I definitely didn't. Trust me, I tasted every ingredient and only put in the yummy ones. All of them. I knew something was gonna happen. All of them? All of them? What exactly do you mean by all of them? I mean all the different ingredients, of course. You guys had so many good ones for us to use that it would have been a waste not to use them, right? Oof. I knew something like that would happen. I just fucking knew it. I knew something would fuck up. Uh-oh. But why is it pulsating? It's true, I saw it myself. While Mash was cleaning up the mixing bowls, Lady Altria used some kind of shifty technique to squeeze all the ingredients into the chocolate. That gave the chocolate a massive amount of magical energy, fusing its ingredients and creating a new life form. Uh-oh. And now, as you can see, it's created a calamity that threatens the entire world. The child of prophecy made a super weapon. Run for your lives! It's damaging my cathedral, and it's turning my fairies into chocolate. What in the world were you thinking? You can't just mix in anything and everything. Let me guess, you're the kind of fairy who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat, the cook can also be cooked in 2 minutes at high heat, aren't you? She just nods. Master, we need to fight to preserve Altria's honor. I mean, to cover up the evidence. Some hearts just can't be saved. A nice turn of phrase there, Mash. Please don't beat it up too badly. I promise it should be really yummy. One that shouldn't be made. Oh, damn, level 110. Let's see. Hopefully there's only one target then.
私の力が必要ならば全力で応対
Misbegotten monstrosity.
早立てですカルウェア早立てですカルウェア受け取るがよい道をさすがだな誇りにかけて春の日差し花の乱舞開けヌプティアエドムスアウレアよ歌え秋帰れその愛はオーラのごとくはっ輝き
Woo! Oh, what the fuck?
あるまじき
Just one shot at the other one.
熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズ早立てですカルウェア俺の奥が良いやぼてみ100個乗ったピョーンとつこうかエドックはサツキの恋の吹き流しインフルクローン青いローデンの失礼ヨーローをはみ出すショコガリを転生お化けが乗っかるなやや胸がこの通りだ
Misbegotten monstrosity. Not gonna rehab, look out! Huh? Not gonna rehab! I thought we jumped in the way. "5 years ago in Gloucester. An incident took place several days after my humiliating experience." Okay, it's one of those two. "An incident took place several days after my humiliating experience at Ferium." Oh, she looks cute without the hat. "Wow, you're a King Clan fairy, Knocknariab. I've never seen one of you before." "Well, that's no surprise. I don't have any subjects in the south yet. But just you wait. One day, all the south's major cities will be home to the King Clan's fairies." That's what the northern fairies all want, and it's the destiny I've inherited from the previous queen. So you're carrying on the last queen's purpose, huh? But you're the only King Clan fairy around, right, Knocknariab? So if you do get the northern fairies to move here, that doesn't mean there'll be more King Clan fairies. Sure there will. Any fairy I share my blood with becomes part of the King Clan. Huh? Is that sort of a mindset thing? Like the difference between being a bully and a victim? Wow, you are just the worst at analogies, aren't you? Queen Bee and drones were right there. Or even the king and her vassals. Anyway, there's always only been one King Clan fairy ever since the King Clan began. Man was born from the corpses of many northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring. Sure, their bodies became part of Britain itself when they died, but they also refused to be reborn as the next generations. Well, it was more like since there was no land where they would have been born and would have just died and been born again right away. So rather than subjecting themselves to a cycle like that, they decided to pour all of themselves into a single king. That king was Mab, the great fairy. She was kind of like the northern fairy's version of Queen Morgan. Mab was all of the northern fairies combined into a single fairy. Her role focused on control and prosperity. That allowed her to share her power with anyone who swore loyalty to her. So she did just that with the fairies who sought her out and created a place for them all to live on the western land. Of course, creating a whole island took a lot out of her, so she was pretty weak by the time it was done. It just goes to show that you never know what life has in store. If Mab hadn't grown weak, she never would have taken on the bodyguard who eventually became her spouse. A spouse? And let me tell you, they could barely keep their hands off each other. It was like a never-ending spring. And that's why you should always avoid spring. Stick to autumn and winter. At any rate, anyone who swears loyalty to the King clan gets to share in their power. That means any fairy who's given some of my blood becomes part of the King clan for as long as they remain loyal. And as the Queen Bee, I have my drones show their loyalty by performing labor, and the drones in turn get my power for themselves. So the more northern fairies I bring together under my command, the more the King clan grows in number. I see. So when you share your power, does that power eventually come back to you? No, it doesn't. That's the one big downside to this system. I don't lend them my power. I give it to them. So the more King clan fairies I make, the weaker I become. But obviously that wouldn't be sustainable, right? So of course Mab thought of a solution. She expanded her Fae domain to encompass all of Britain and made a new rule to go with it. As long as her subjects remain part of the King clan, the clan's combined power shall be her power as well. So even though she was pretty poor after doling out money to all her subjects, she hadn't actually lost anything since the whole kingdom belonged to her. She chose to empower her nation rather than herself. I think she was really onto something. A nation can't grow by the hand of one person alone. Can't grow by the hand of one person alone on one set of values. You need many working together to make it as rich and beautiful as it can be. Glow's sister here might be a little, twisted, but it's still a prime example of what I'm talking about. That's why my duty is to claim Camelot's throne for myself and unify all of Britain. It would have been a lot easier if Morgan had named me her successor, but instead she chose Tristan, right? So as long as that whack job's around, what choice do I have but to take it by force? I couldn't believe my ears. She talked about seizing Camelot's throne with the same nonchalance as someone talking about going out for a walk. As far as I'm concerned, she was already a great queen at that point. Even as she talked about what the last queen wanted, she still chose to be her successor. She spoke of her ambitions greedily, selfishly, and without a hint of shame or concern as to what anyone else might think. That's the Nocturne Riab I knew, the most hard-working fairy in all of Britain. That's one hell of a purpose, but are you sure it's okay to tell me that? I mean, you're talking about revolting against the queen, right? Oh, are you going to report me? Could you even do that if you wanted to? Especially when you're practically radiating death to all the clan's energy yourself? Am I? You are. I know I'm something else, but you're pretty impressive in your own right, you know that? You see yourself as being a part of every other fairy out there, right? Hell, everything about you is out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about the kind of lower class and upper class distinctions that Morgan chose. No, in your case, it feels more like you're an entirely different kind of being altogether. Basically, you're looking down at every fairy in Britain. Are you nuts? I'm the one who's looked down upon. That's it. That's a spirit. Being reasonable is all well and good, but pieces of you will die if you take it too far, like I did. Huh? Are you saying you're dead on the inside, Nocturne Riab? Even though you're so, well, brazen? Oh wait, I get it. It's the other way around. You're brazen because you're dead, like the Darlington zombie incident. Don't be ridiculous. Ow! Ow, stop that! There's no need for violence! That was just an example, or rather, that all happened a long time ago. I saw you apologizing to the fairy you were in the hall earlier. Was that your village's leader or something? No, forget that. It doesn't matter. The point is, you kept apologizing, saying you were sorry you were so weak, and promising to try your best next time, right? Well, cut it out. At least when I'm within earshot, hearing that crap really pisses me off. What's wrong with being weak? Who gets hurt if you can't do it? You're the only one who's going to get upset about you being weak, and it's not the other fairies who will be doing their best next time. Of course, it's natural to have regrets over failures, mistakes, and overeating, and so on. But never ever apologize just for being weak. There's no greater waste of time. And just so you know, I'm not telling you this because I feel sorry for you. I'm mad because apologizing for your weakness doesn't help anyone, least of all yourself. With that kind of power, you should be holding your head high and fighting for what you yourself want. You're a real fiery fairy deep down, right? Like a dragon pretending to be a house cat. So quit worrying about what everyone else thinks of you and sink those fangs into your dreams. But because believe me, there are plenty of people out there who don't have the power to even do that. Those words were really what astonished me. She was born into luxury with incredible power at her disposal, but despite that, or maybe because of it, she also understood exactly how much she and her fellow fairies were truly blessed. Huh. Easy for you to say when you're not the one who'll have to live with the consequences. Alright then, if you're going to lecture me about dreams, what about yours? You probably already sunk your fangs into them, but still. My dream? You need to ask. It's romance. When I find someone who rocks me to my core, our romance is going to rock the whole damn kingdom into its foundation. Are you crazy? Besides, there's no dream. That's no dream, that's reality. I mean, you must have had a lover for ages now, right? Well, that's just it. I don't. Oh, you just laughed at me in your head, didn't you? Don't get me wrong, I'm not lacking opportunities. I could have anyone in Edinburgh if I wanted. Right, of course. How could you not when you're so pretty? But then, why aren't you dating anyone? I guess it's my way of setting myself apart from the last queen. You know how depriving yourself of the thing you want the most lights a figurative fire in your belly? Well, I'm going to use that fire to claim the throne and save my romancer after I'm the king of Britain. It was so ridiculous I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't even realize that she had her purpose and her dream completely mixed up. She didn't want to become king so she could have a romance. She just wanted the romance and felt like she had to get her predecessor's wish out of the way by becoming king to do it. What's so funny? What's your dream then, huh? Is it that much better than mine? I guess mine's not too far off. I want to try walking around the city as an upper-class fairy. I want to be proud and stylish like you are. I can only imagine how great that must feel. I remember thinking, I wouldn't mind having her for a rival. I had to go without a lot of things in my life, but at least in terms of someone to compete with, it looks like I got everything I could have asked for. You idiot. This isn't pride, this is fashion. I don't mind helping you with that side of things, but that's not what a real dream is. Anyway, first we need to see who can put down the burdens we're carrying the soonest. Should we see who gets there first? That night, I took in the same night sky as my incredible friend, a fairy who spoke of her dreams with pride and nobility. And then... Ah! I thought I'd sealed that horrid memory away. Oh, looks like you got a small concussion. Oh good, you're awake. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I miss out on something fun or... That's right, I remember now. I took a direct hit from that chocolate. How dare that thing revolt against its creator? Come on, everyone, let's smash that thing and eat it up like the sweet treat it was supposed to be. I guess you really were just knocked out for a bit. Have pleasant dreams since you were all... have pleasant dreams since it seems like you were up all night. No, I didn't. And I wasn't up all night either. I slept great, if you must know. Now, do you give in or what? Yes, I give in. You won the mad match fair and square. Lucky for you, the judge made her decision before all the spectators ran for their lives. As promised, I'll let the Child of Prophecy command my forces, and I'll go along with whatever you tell me to. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of.
Huh? Are you feeling okay, Dr. Rieb? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you?
I think we all came close to eating something we shouldn't have.
Hey, Yusaku, do you ever think you might be giving Altria too long a leash? At least stop feeding her pies after midnight, okay? She needs all the brain power she can get, and those things clearly aren't doing her any favors.
Wait, what?
Hey, what's wrong with a midnight snack? Altria, I think Riab's talking about your alliance. Alright. Still, are you sure you're sure about this? I'm given what a horrible mess this turned out to be. It doesn't really feel like I won. Oh good, so you do see what a mess this was. I'm glad to know you still have some semblance of rational thought left in that thick skull. Anyway, while it's obvious I would win a rematch, we don't have any more time to waste. Especially since the Queen's probably known you were in Edinburgh since last night.
Oof.
And once she realizes we're teaming up, she's going to assemble all her forces scattered in Camelot. So we need to take her down before that happens. Are you ready to do this, Altria? You need to hurry back to the south and ring Oxford's bell. Then bring the Round Table army and any other troops you can gather to my camp. In the meantime, I'll have my forces march to Camelot's main gate.
Oh. Hello, Contagious Mango 47873. Welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. Thanks for joining the harem.
But I thought you said you never joined forces with the Round Table army. I just don't want to see them die in front of me. I can't ensure their safety since they can't join my clan. But I will admit that human knights, Percival included, are a good match for the Queen's knights. My subject certainly can't use the Moor's poison weapons. But I suppose I can make an exception, especially since I've been told humans aren't as fragile as I believed. Isn't that right, Yusaku? Well, well, how nice to see you two became friends while I was up all night learning how to make chocolate.
She's a little vindictive.
By the way, Dr. Riab, do you still remember that Nine Glow sister? Of course I do. Will you take me for a fool? At any rate, you have my word that the Northern Fairies will fight beside the Child of Prophecy. Now get going, we don't have any time to spare. Okay, that's fair. I was the one who rang Orkney's bell. Yusaku, Mash, Da Vinci, Muramasa, Habikat, Radra, and Grimmer. Please pack your bags as soon as you can. We need to hurry to Oxford.
Mabe looking good, I know, right? No, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay put here. You'll need someone to coordinate communications between you and the north, right? Besides, it looks like these guys don't have a mage of their own, so I'm gonna teach them some basics they'll need to know when going up against Morgan.
You will? Well, as long as it can be useful, that's fine with me.
Don't you worry. I'm going to inscribe runes on as many of your soldiers' shields as I can. Morgan's spells pack a serious wallop, so we gotta make sure they can take at least one hit from them.
Okay, I'll make you my official court mage and tactician then. This is great. I'm really starting to feel like a queen. Well, see you later, Altria, Yusaku. I would have liked to show you around Edinburgh, but that'll have to wait until another day. Next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. Let's make sure we're both dressed to kill.
We almost got killed by chocolate. Who would have guessed? We're almost getting near the end, too. Looks like we're fighting a berserker. Alright, let's get to it.
Phew, it was a lot of work getting here, but We finally have lots of good news to share. I can't wait to see the look on Percival's face when I tell him that we have agreed to do what we say.
Yep, but first to Oxford. Well, look at you giggling like a schoolgirl. Really enjoyed your match with Nocturne Riab, huh?
Huh? Yeah, I guess so. Plus, maybe it's because I stayed up all night, but I didn't have any weird dreams. Still, now that I think about it, I have been enjoying myself a lot. And not just in Edinburgh, for this whole journey. In fact, once we defeat Morgan and this is all over, I think I might even miss traveling around like this. Alright, you said Ace and I look identical, didn't you? And saying that kind of thing probably doesn't make it any easier for you, does it? I'm sorry. This whole experience must have been a lot for you. Still, in a way, I'm glad you're mourning her loss. We're both lucky to have you as a companion. Not at all. I'm the one who was lucky to have such great companions. There was Ask, the Black Knight, Rhynek, even though he was a little bit scary, and huh? That's weird. I could have sworn there was someone else with us the whole time, but I can't seem to remember them.
What was that? We're under attack! Somebody's been waiting to ambush us, nay. We're surrounded. Everybody, please get out of here. I need to defend the wagon. Can't believe we're running into the Queen's soldiers even out here in Nocturne Riab's territory. Let's go, Yusaku. Da Vinci, mash. Don't tell me they're human? Damn it. I know what I just said, but you better stand back, Yusaku. You shouldn't even get near these things. Da Vinci, Habertrot, we're gonna take care of them ourselves. Got that?
Works for me. Yusaku, Mash, you do keep your distance. I'm guessing those things are...
Yeah, what he said. Huh. Well, hello, Eddie. Welcome to the stream. Wait, what? What was that resistance? Oh, just critical attacks, okay. Wait, what the fuck? You're definitely ahead of me. Oh. Oh, like I said, I'm trying to finish this before Anime Expo. That's why I'll be ready for the whatchamacallit, the anniversary.
オッケー。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ。
Yep.
輝ける轍を残せ。
I think this section goes up to section 24, and this is number 20. I think I'll probably whatchamacallit, once after section 21, I'll probably end it for tonight, and then Monday I'll probably try to finish it all up. Huh? Oh. 3 turns. So yeah, good thing I think I'm almost done with part 2. Ooh. An archer we're fighting this time.
This way, Master. We should get away from the wagon for now.
So,
I think those creatures that attacked us are living humans who are afflicted with the Morse curse. The Morse curse affecting humans? That shouldn't even be possible unless someone... Look out!
oh fuck, it's her.
Wow, that was amazing! You deflected my magecraft yet again. How did you do it? How did you know what I was up to? Why are you the only ones running away after the trouble I went through to scatter all that human trash around?
Baoban Sith.
Don't you dare say that name! It's not my fault, it's not! I remember you. You're Tam Lin Tristan. Yes, that's right. I'm Mother's only daughter, the only fairy in all of Fairy Britain to inherit her magecraft. Which is why... I'm going to kill you pieces of shit. No pathetic little shits like you are gonna take my rightful place from me.
We need a Lancer stat. I'll go get some, who should I pick? Who's next on Rate Up? The next Rate Up should be the anniversary one with Koyanskaya. Mel, easy. Oh yeah, I do have Melusine I can use. But right now she doesn't have... she's not maxed out on her skills yet. But I'll put her in anyway. Indeed, huh?
ほら、こっち来なさいよ。私を殺してみなさいよ。ほら、ほら。
Alrighty then. Shisho.
バニーを呼び止めるとは100年早い。古きルール。どれにしようかな。バニーは何ですか。どれにしようかな。古きルール。ウサギの客。よし。なんだと。やりこそがない。リボルクアルカラティガン。やめてやめてやめて。トップ。古きルール。こういうこともできる。
I know, wrong one.
楽しむとしよう。ウサギの牙鋭いぞ。ウサギの脚力。ぴょんぴょんぴょん。我がフェンサン、我がフェンスボルクオールカラテ。やめてやめてやめて。
Obliterated. Well, she didn't stand a chance.
凍てつき砕け散る時まで諦めることは許さんぞ。